the energetic frequencies of discernment and the ability to have an embodied discernment for the greater good of all beings, including self. Now breathe, receive, consent, allow if you choose. It's all energetic attunement. There you go. This is so beautiful. You guys are doing so great. Breathing, receiving, and allowing, anchoring it in now to each and every one of our energetic structures, our energy forms, our bodies and beings, for the most benevolent, best of all, harm to none. Recognizing and noticing. All you have to do is breathe and be aware. Nice, good. Now let's bring in the energetic, the willingness to awaken, the willingness to seek higher truths and to expand and elevate our consciousness. Breathe that in, allow and accept, and always. These frequencies are just from the highest, clearest, purest levels, frequencies, vibrations of pure awareness that we can receive and allow. So breathe, receive, accept, and allow. That your willingness anchors in through your energetic field and ripples into the whole collective of reality. Breathe, accept, and allow, receive, energize, amplify, integrate, and anchor it in. There we go. Nice. Next one we're going to do honesty and integrity. Divine honesty, divine integrity. Let's breathe that in. Let's have Source, Creator, God, the one true God of light of creation, however you term it, it's okay, right? Our infinite, eternal, ever beings, to bring in the energetic frequencies of integrity, divine integrity, and also divine honesty, that it's safe finally to be honest. It's safe finally to have and embody integrity, and that we choose integrity in our bodies, beings, lives, and livings, and in our structure of our physical world. We become the anchors for this integrity and this honesty. That it's safe for us, we're capable of it, we're worthy and deserving of it, and we have the highest, clearest, purest consciousness when it comes to integrity and when it comes to honesty. And we are embodying these energies now, anchoring them in, energizing, amplifying, and breathing them through. Notice what you notice. Just breathe and allow. And let's also bring in safety to speak our authentic truth, and safety and acceptance in hearing and acknowledging other people's truth. Recognizing that all truths don't have to be in agreement all the time, that that's okay too. That we're worthy and deserving of speaking and sharing truth, capable of hearing others' perspectives without being in extreme resistance to them. Embodying that sense of safety to speak and express with clarity, authenticity, and truth. Breathe and allow these frequencies, energies, and vibrations into your body being. Just notice and allow. Source consciousness brings in the vibration, right? And all the energetics moves it through the body being as you breathe it. Activating, energizing, amplifying, anchoring it through all of the energetic frequencies in each individual, agreeing and consenting. And the exhale ripples it out through the field. Okay, good. Let's just do one or two more before we begin to wrap up. Let's do this activation of immunity and imperviousness. Now, some of you have done it already, especially if you know me. You've done it with me. You can never do it too many times. Let's activate all the codes of immunity and imperviousness in your own dormant DNA, waiting for you to remember and reclaim them. The knowing with these codes comes the knowing that you are 100% immune and impervious to any and all harmful substances in the physical known world, especially including things that might be put into the skin or breathed in through the air, especially things that might be dropped from the sky, especially things that might be jabbed into the body. You are 100% immune and impervious. This does not mean you will put yourself ever in harm's way. This does not mean you will attempt to egoically test the laws of the universe or the laws of nature. It just means you get to walk around embodying the knowing that you need to be free, that you are free of fear, free of the worry of it, free of the concern of it, that you have source consciousness on being 100% immune, 100% impervious to these things. Breathe, receive, consent, and allow now. Let's bring in these energetics for you as you accept and allow them. Accept them with your breath. Allow these vibrations to permeate in and through as they get energized, amplified, integrated through your body being, your energy field, and anchored in. Breathe and allow. Notice. There, nice. A little more. I have to do some of it silently in this case, just because there's certain words I just don't want to say to upset people. Just a few moments of silence here. Just noticing as you're breathing. There we go. Nice. Just one final. And we just do one more for the animals, and that is that animals are brothers and sisters in what we call the animal form, feathered beings, four-legged beings, etc. We ask that the consciousness comes in, that these are sentient beings, worthy and deserving of being treated with loving compassion, just as we are, loving kindness, consciousness, and the recognition that they are fully sentient beings. We're willing to recognize them. This is the last one. Take a long, slow, deep breath, and we'll complete after this. We're willing to recognize them as our brothers and sisters on earth, worthy and deserving of being treated with respect, honor, dignity, grace, love, kindness. We all want to be treated this way. As we treat our brothers and sisters and one another, more of this expands into our reality. Breathe it in, accept it, allow it. There we go. Good, now here's the beauty of these kinds of meditations. There's not a long process to get out. All you start to do is just gently wiggle whatever needs to wiggle. You didn't go anywhere. You just up-leveled your frequency and vibration, and you just invited more in. So as you're wiggling, whatever needs to wiggle, and coming back into your physical presence, just before you finally come out or open your eyes, just put your hands on your heart and reaffirm the highest truth. I am love. Say it to yourself out loud or silently. I am loved. The embodiment of love. I'm worthy and deserving of love. And I'm worthy and deserving of sharing and contributing love and greatness to this world, to the betterment of the whole of humanity. Yes, when you're ready.
Lori, that was amazing. Amazing.
And
the code's perfect. Thank you so much. How do people find you, Lori?
Through the website or through YouTube. LoriSpanga.com. It's my name, LoriSpagna. LoriSpagna.com is the website. Lots of awesome free gifts there too, like DNA free gifts. If you go to the free gifts page, DNA activations and clearings for animals and you. What's a star seed? How to know if you are one, which lots of people here obviously are. Tons of stuff over there. And the YouTube channel as well, just by searching my name. Lots of stuff there.
Thank you, Lori.
You guys, thank you so much for having me. I'm so grateful. And Neil, I'm always just so grateful to you.
Thank you for your friendship and everything that you've been doing over the years. And definitely, I just love the fact that, a friendship has kind of blossomed over the last few years, and you've contributed so much energy to this community. So I just appreciate you very much.
Neil, I hope this doesn't sound in any way like I hope you will receive. I'm so proud of you. I don't mean it in an arrogant way. Or any kind of like in the highest way possible. Go Neil.
Thank you.
You are just doing such amazing stuff. What you're doing is just yay you.
Thank you, Lori. And you're going to be at our live conference in a year and 1 week from today.
Yeah.
So we'll see you there.
And I'll see you there. I'll see you at the Disclosure Festival. And
yes,
awesome.
I'm going to be in LA at Disclosure Fest in June. Love that community too. And yes, it's going to be really exciting. And then I'll also be at the chat for Rob Potter's event. So yay.
Oh yeah, I'll be there too. So I'll see you there.
We're gonna have we'll have a PTA party.
Yes,
let's do
yes, that
Let's
event
do it.
is always
Let's do
so
it,
good.
Neil.
The Mount Shasta event. I actually have a retreat that is practically sold out the week after that. So
Ooh.
I'm so excited about that event too. Got some really
Wow,
fun
we'll see
things
you
coming up.
there.
All right, you guys.
All right, see you soon.
Thanks
Love
again.
you.
Love
Goodbye.
you, Lori.
Love you too.
Amazing. All right, so let's moving on to our next presenter. I'm really excited to be introducing our next guest here because many reasons, but one reason is the reason why we're 22 minutes away from each other right now is because of our friendship. And I'm going to be spending the next week with her. Well, I'm spending the time now, but as of tomorrow, we're going to be exploring the whole of Florida up and down the peninsula together. And Charaya Dharma, I'm going to read from the bio just so you kind of get an idea of, what she's done, who she is, and then tell you a little bit about my personal connection with Charaya. So Charaya Dharma is an author, clairvoyant, clairaudient, clairsentient guide, and energy healer in service to the awakening of humanity. Having experienced profound awakenings at an early age, Charaya has prepared herself for this time of service as an orator, scribe for the divine creator within all of us. Her calling is to ensure each and every being on earth has the opportunity to awaken to the truth of ourselves as one with love. In love with the law and divine principle, Charaya brings profound clarity and comprehension of the creative process and perspective that takes us all the way back before the beginning of time, helping us resolve our greatest esoteric perplexities as we usher in a new era of co-creative potential on Earth. Author of Love's Whisperings, Authentic Spiritual Development with the Star Elders, and Unlocked and Unleashed, The God Within You, Charaya expects to release next 3 books. Well, that was actually a while ago, so I think she's brought some out already. And she's the founder of Pure Living Expo, New Earth Vision Portal, and Anchor the Dream. She leads workshops and gives talks around the country, and currently is traveling the country, and we're going to be traveling together. And then on my personal tip, been working with Charaya since 2011. She was actually the first MC at our first large-scale conference in 2012. And since then, we've worked together on so many different levels. She's helped me design the website that you're currently using in order to even register for this event. She's helping me right now upscale the business in regards to creating different types of universities and platforms. She's been a mentor, a guide, a teacher, and a best friend for quite some time. So I'm just really happy to introduce her to everybody on this platform. Hey, Charaya.
Thank you, Neil. That is so sweet and wonderful. I so appreciate you. And I like Lori, I too. I'm very proud of you, and I appreciate everything that you're doing. And this illustrious panel of beings that you have called forth today, these MCs and all the speakers and everyone who's participating by watching either now or on the replay, to really bring us into this fold of love and coherence so that we are literally taking the steps forward of creating our own realities now in at the next level, let's just say.
Yes.
At the very next level. So yes, it's a thing of beauty. And just breathing in, maybe shaking, breathing and shaking a little, just whatever you need to do to get your body ready. Just so much activation, so much beautiful stuff going on here today, and knowing that all is well, as this next little download will be perfect for whomever needs to hear it. A lot of things that any of us might say today, some of us may already know, and some of it may be new to some of us, depending on where we are or who we've interacted with. And basically, we're creating this field to contemplate our oneness together. And so that is a really profound moment in time as we shift into a collective consciousness awareness and stay individuated as our own unique selves. So I'm going to go ahead and share the screen here. Let's see, where is it? Okay. And we're going to do a little slideshow here for fun. So let me see if I can move this thing out of the way. All right. Codes of Union. Okay, that's some art I did a while back. So as a first and always primary step in our explorations together, let's just take a moment to give thanks for everything and all the speakers that have come before, for all the wisdom that we've gleaned, for all the aha moments, and for this very powerful now moment in which we bring ourselves fully present, asking from within, declaring claiming from within that connection to our inner being, our source, God, love, whatever it is that you call the God of your understanding, creator of all creators, being of all beings, light of all lights, love of all loves. Thank you so much for helping us today to take our next steps. And may this next activation be profound and useful on the journey as well. We give thanks as we move forward into this time together. The only thing I'm seeing here is that I am not able to move. Pardon me for one moment as I just get this out of the way so that I can not have the screen blocked. Okay. Unity equals community. We are coming into our unity consciousness once again. And we have individuated for a reason, as many beings have said it and declared today for us all to reflect upon. We are the great I am. We are the primary source in different bodies. Isn't that a trip? Like, what in the world? What did we do? We refracted ourself into many to have these different experiences. And now we're coming back into unity after wandering far afield from home, let's just say, that home, that home, that I am, that realization of truth. And we were never meant to conform as we separated and individuated. We were never meant to compete or be smushed together as one in the sense of losing our uniqueness. But that is often what happens as we go into a separation experience and we're awakening. We may believe that for a moment as we're trying to make our way back and figure it out, because we have a unity in our diversity, and the individuation is what makes creation fun. If you only had blue, it would not be as pretty of a picture. I mean, you could have a pretty picture with blue, but what if you have blue, purple, green, yellow, orange, red, and every other color along with it? Then it's like, ooh, now we can mix it up. Now we can have some wild fun. So it also brings with it some challenges to overcome as we individuate. Now we're going to have the reflection of ourselves with different desires, preferences, ideas, etc., ways of being, and maybe even attachment to those ways of beings and beliefs. So our oneness does not mean we're all the same. We often go through this confusing stage, trying to figure out how to get everybody on the same page. But what if creation is not about getting everybody on the exact same page in their own unique sphere? Maybe there's one main thing we need to get on the same thing about, on the same page about, which is, yes, we are one. And wow, wouldn't kindness be great? You know, what's it like if we got on that same page, but then we allowed our unity and diversity instead of trying to enforce oneness by enforcing any kind of conformity? But we can see a lot of conformity or a desire for conformity, a desire for people to believe the same, people getting really hung up on one idea and then trying to push others to do the same. What if creation could be safe and we could be safe and well, even if we all had different beliefs and different ways of being and different desires and different comfort levels around certain practices and everything else? So we're taking baby steps and we're learning patience, plus a willingness to learn more about creation and the mechanics of it and our own selves. This is a key. Our willingness to learn and grow and be aware, step away from attachment or really holding hard and fast onto any belief system. And in our individuated aspects, we can remember union. So this individuated being who's shown up experiencing life through what we call this body gets to experience its oneness with the all that is. It feels like a paradox sometimes. I'm getting chills on this. Somebody's liking this. We are unique and we are one at the same time. This is a great paradox. And those great beings and masters who we've heard of have fully realized this. So they're experiencing life, maybe as Grant was pointing, not in a body, but through a body, through a bodily expression, yet they still were able to come to the full realization of themselves as one with the all that is. There's a funny story about Yogananda I was just reminded of yesterday. And so in his main book, Autobiography of a Yogi, he's giving a lecture and he's like, and the oneness is the sublime reality of God. And then all of a sudden he stops and he's like, shakes a little. He's like, oh, so sorry. Sometimes it's very difficult being 40 beings at once. So, so he knew he was already starting to have greater and greater experiences of this union, because he was realizing that he was actually vibrating as multiple physical beings at the same time. And sometimes he would get direct hits about that, and it would throw him off a little bit. So yeah, we're so very diverse. We're going in all different directions. Things seem very black and white sometimes, but truly, when we come together to celebrate our unity like we're doing today, great healing can occur, and great healing of the mind, the body, the emotions, the spirit, since they're all intrinsically interrelated, as we become willing to humble ourselves and open ourselves enough to the possibility of that greater love. But when our individuated aspect feels separate, ego and suffering arise. And as many have spoken about today and this weekend, the wounds of separation create what we call samskaric residue. In other words, body, mind, spirit, emotional patterns in the subconscious mind, which can be cleaned so that we can experience union again. But that samskaric residue is it comes from the compounded momentum in the nature of the law. And the law is, as many have spoken of, that which goes out comes back to us. But then this samskaric residue builds in many ways in our ancestral lineage, therefore impacting our parents and their parents and their parents to certain tendencies of thought and feeling and vibration. And as we know, reality out pictures as a result of thought, feeling, and vibration and imagination. Maybe it was our early childhood that imprinted us and created some samskaric residue with certain tendencies of thought, feeling, and action that maybe aren't the healthiest for us right now. Maybe some of them were beneficial. It's neutral. There's both positive and negative, depending on who you are and what's happening to these samskaric imprints that happen in the subconscious mind. Maybe it was a past lifetime. In this crowd, we can talk, maybe it was an alternate timeline, maybe it was us in space, in other existences, in other dimensions. But we carry forward the patterns that we haven't yet cleared and cleaned with us into our current body, mind, spirit complex, our current existence, to be worked out and to be reflected into our lives. And then some say, in that same Autobiography of Yogi, he talks about how, yes, even our astrology is a match to all that we've carried forward, whether it's a fabulous being who comes in and starts playing the piano brilliantly at 3. It's like, wow, there's a child prodigy. Well, that child has played piano on many planets for many lifetimes and has earned that. Just as all of us have earned these things in our own way and own time by whatever means. So this samskaric residue creates a buildup of tendencies of thought, feeling, and action that we're not conscious of. So we are the compounded momentum in the nature of the law says you may be completely innocent of having this pattern in you, but you're responsible because you're the only one who can intend to clean it and then to clean it with the help of others or on your own. And so as we clean out the old patterns that cause certain things to repercuss in our lives, then we're going to be able to actually experience this union again. It's kind of like cleaning out the junk from the trunk. And while we are individuated, as we clean, we can remember our pre-existent unity more and more. And this creates a feeling of safety and well-being. So as we get glimpses of this pre-existent unity, as we open our hearts to love and safety and the process, then we can actually experience more and more of that unity and feel safer to dig deeper into what Lori was mentioning, the shadow work and the facing our own issues and errors without judging and blaming ourselves, because we're starting to feel safe and loved. At first in our soul's journey, our ego feels empowered by believing in the separation. It kind of gives it a mojo of like, I'm me and I can do what I want, but eventually the thrill of the ego and separation wears off. And there's nothing wrong with having an ego, being an individuated being, having desires, going forth into creation with all that mojo and having all of these experiences. But somewhere along the way, we may have forgotten exactly how compounded momentum in the nature of the law works. And therefore we get a lot of karmic buildup. And then we start also realizing, wow, what is it really about this earthly experience that's so thrilling? Isn't there more? So we begin to rediscover the beauty of connecting with others through the heart and seeing one another as aspects of source. And this is the process of shifting from separation to the realization of our oneness. And it takes time and it takes self-awareness. And it's really a unique soul's journey, individuated perfectly uniquely for each and every being. And that's exactly how God, us, we meant it to be, that each one of us was going to have our own journey of self-discovery and awakening. Because isn't that a thrill? Isn't that a thrill to be the one awakening from the many back to the one while the many are still here? And then we begin to look in each other's eyes and recognize, there you are. Namaste. I see you, God. I see you, Divine One. I see you, extension of myself, expression of source. So we be gentle with ourselves on the journey. We begin to realize there's something more to life than just material self-gratification. Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with the material thing. It's when we forget. It's when we forget where it came from, how it got created, and we think it's outside of ourselves that we begin to suffer. So then we begin to seek in earnest for the restoration of the experience of spiritual union, and the true spiritual journey, the deeper spiritual journey, I might say, begins, because I think our whole lives are a spiritual journey. We may start asking questions, profound inner questions for ourselves. Who am I? What am I here for? Where am I? Kind of like Grant was saying, it's like, okay, flat earth, round earth, spinning through space, a simulation, like what the heck is going on here? Right? Like there's some questions that are probably popping for all of us, like, okay, let's think this through. There's a lot of choices about where we could be exactly right now. And who are these others? Are they real? Are they not real? Kind of like Joan and everyone was joking after Grant there. And how do we get along? What is it all about? How do we get along with each other, these others out there that are really aspects of me, but they're not because they're individuated? What's it all about? Why am I suffering? Why do I experience pain? Why do I experience emotional, mental, physical, spiritual pain? Why do I feel loss? How do I change? How do I begin to love unconditionally? These and more are some of the questions that we start asking ourselves. And as we ask, we shall receive. So then the answer comes in the form of books, teachers, materials, podcasts, PTA conferences to help us, because we have asked, and you have asked, you've set it into motion to come to know yourself and to know these things. And here is the manifestation we've all co-created, because we've all been asking a lot of the same things. And as we progress on the path, we start to remember, and teachers point to it, scriptures talk to it, books point to it, but we get to know it within ourselves ultimately. But we can be reminded that the primary union is a union with our own inner source. Now, a lot of people in the twin flame movement, they may say this as well. It's like when you're looking to have your divine beloved partner, love them as source. Love source, knowing that the source of you is the source of them. And then when the two of you are both putting all your love and attention on source as the way and means to love each other, then a whole other level of coherence and higher self functionality can come to be. And this is true generally with a couple or with everyone, because right now what we're also doing is coming back into coherence and resonance with the knowledge that we're all one, whether we're in a couple relationship or not. So we might remind ourselves with things like saying things like, I and my Father, Mother, God, Source are one. I am worthy, whole, and complete. And we come to know this, not just think it or hear it. We might have to affirm it for a while if there's parts of us that don't believe it yet. I'm willing to heal. I am awakening. I am blessed. I am an extension of the prime creator in form. I am a sovereign divine being. here to do what I choose and to bring forth great love. These things are things that you can claim and know and work with and think about and put your attention on, because whatever we put our attention on grows. So as we put our attention on these types of thought forms, and as we put our attention on our primary union with source within us, then we grow in strength of the knowledge of that union. And this is where bhakti yoga comes in. So bhakti yoga is, and it's the same as what it says in the Christian scriptures of love the Lord thy heart with all thy mind, heart, and soul. And we'll get to that a little bit more here. That is a definite path, and it's one major technique. It's like the emergency technique and the foundational technique to continue to put our attention on the divine. So, and this time of opening is a delicate time, because even as more and more love comes in, our wounds from the separation experiences that we've had, that we crafted to have, that somehow we did or didn't know we were doing as we went into this experience, whatever it is, they arise to be healed, and they're gonna arise naturally through our lives and our relationships. So these wounds of separation are gonna show up to be seen, felt, heard, and acknowledged, and then healed and unconditionally loved in our daily lives. And when we don't know that, it can be a little unnerving, and we might get reactive, we might get triggered. But as we get the memo that that's what's happening, we start to learn about self-reflection, self-love, humility, the self-awareness that shows us that these triggers are arising in us. The other person might be out there doing that thing they're doing, but we are the ones who are getting triggered by it. So that we start cleaning the junk from the trunk through our own process, and we begin to grow in what we call non-attachment, or what the guides call flow. We get, humility. Look, humility is there twice. Yeah, that's because it's very important. It's one of the things that definitely occurs even as we raise up to be feel worthy. We equally feel humble, because we're not trying to prove ourselves anymore, and we know there's so much we don't know. We don't know what we don't know, and we're willing to learn. And we realize we're at one with the Most High. We're extensions of the Prime Creator and Form. We're children of Source. We are at one with Source. So that arrogance turns into confidence, and humiliation turns into humbleness. And then we can become more authentic. We can be brave and become more honest with ourselves and others. And we know how to do self-care better. We come into integrity. We're willing to be transparent. We have trust and honor. We learn compassionate communication. We are better able to tap into that inner guidance of that still small voice that also I believe Grant was talking about there recently. And we begin to cultivate self-respect. And of course, if we're respecting ourselves, then we're respecting others, because the other is ourself. So all of these things happen in this transformational cauldron within. And we begin the process of recalibration to the truth of us. And we remember, it's a process. It's okay that it's a process. As we learn to love ourselves unconditionally, the unconditional love and compassion for others naturally arises. We embrace the codes of union. The other is an aspect of Source too. The other is an aspect of me, with whom I am one in spirit. And that is a beautiful prayer. If you see someone who's troubled and your heart goes out, say, thank you, Mother, Father, God, for blessing my brother or sister with whom I am one. Bless them, lift them up, see that God spark in them. And by doing that, you're helping them. Miracles will start happening in their lives in ways you won't even know. You may never even see them again. And maybe there's been people doing that for us in our times of trouble and distress as well. Other aspects of ourselves have reached out and helped us. The other also has pain from the wounds of separation. So this is the birthing ground of compassion, deep compassion. We've experienced pain. We get where it came from. And now we can see, that person who's just really rude to me or mean, they're suffering from that wound of separation as well. So we can open our hearts while still taking care of ourselves. And we can realize that everyone is doing the best they can on this journey, because everybody's going home. We're all going home. We're all heading there. Depending on who you talk too about that. That's a deeper subject. Generally speaking, we're all going home. Love of self and love of other becomes the same. I and my brother, sister are one. When we look at ourselves, we're looking at all that is. When we look at others, we're looking at ourselves. And so how do you want to be treated? What do you want to experience? And this is where practices like what we might call white tantra come in, where the realization of oneness and God realization and enlightenment really start to come in. And in our daily life is the cauldron of transformation for this to occur. And we can also take ourselves apart in weekends like this, and retreats and sessions and workshops and anything we might want to do, practices to actually continue the depth and growth of this. And this is the truth the masters know and serve. We're up next here in Earth School, right? So whatever this Earth is, we're graduating. It seems that do you agree with me? Like, it seems some of us are going to the next level. Like, we are preparing for liftoff. We're preparing for a completion of the cycle here. And during this process, just let's be gentle with ourselves, because there's times when we can see all this clearly and we're like, yes, woohoo, the other is me. I'm at one with God. All is well, even though there's all this stuff going on, I'm feeling great. And then there's other times where we're like, please, God, tell me I'm not one with that being. You've got to be kidding me. Like, so we just have to, let ourselves be in the process. And sometimes we're in the muck. So we bring our unconditional love to that, whether we're absolutely seeing this clearly or whether we're in a moment where it's not so clear anymore. Both, because the moments where it's not that clear anymore and we reach for the truth and we love ourselves unconditionally and we do our best to love others unconditionally, even though it's difficult, that's where some real spiritual growth, some real headway can be made right there. So we love ourselves. It's all good. It's all good. It's all a part of the process that we're in together and individually. And it's a unique journey. The same process for all of us in unique ways. So we're going to learn to be gentle with ourselves. More and more, we're learning to be gentle with ourselves as we go through this process. Sometimes we might need to bring in that divine masculine. We need the unconditional love and the gentleness of the mother. And sometimes we might need to put a little fire under our butt and get ourselves moving in another direction too. So the gentleness and the positive aspects of discipline, all these things, we're learning to be gentle with others. We're learning to establish and reestablish healthy boundaries to take good care of ourselves at the same time. And we know when to stay, when to walk away, and when to run. Like that song. Know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. And to let it be okay without judgment of ourselves or others. Like sometimes, look, a situation is just not resolving and we're not vibrating with it anymore. So our attention naturally shifts over here. If we're judging it, we're all up in it, tangling ourselves in it, reacting to it. Now we're going to keep perpetuating the cycle. So sometimes it's like, I'm doing my inner healing work. I'm clearing myself. I'm acknowledging my part of the creation of this experience. I'm cleaning some scarric residue. And that being still not changing, well, we're probably just going to go and we're going to find where we do resonate without a lot of stickiness. So doing the clearing work gets us unstuck. It gets rid of the stickiness. And we open our hearts to more and more love, even while being decisive. So again, it's that balance of that masculine and feminine energy within us, that yin and yang, that starts to happen where we can really take care of ourselves with love, loving kindness. And we begin to trust the process. A teacher once said to me in my 20s, you can trust everyone to be exactly who they are. And so we trust the process, and we begin to trust source within us. And we begin to trust that everyone is where they are on their path. And as we come to know the others, we can just sort of acknowledge, that's where that being is right now. Okay. And also we know that they can shift. And we can shift. So we start taking a little deeper steps on the journey. That was grammatically incorrect. We take deeper steps on the journey into trust. And that trust begins to open our hearts. But sometimes let's face it, it can be scary to face this stuff, these patterns, these wounds, these fears, and these projections that are up in our psyche. And so again, it's like we're working it. And sometimes we might actually need help, and that's okay too. It's really okay. And but just to know that no wound is unhealable. Nothing broken is unfixable. As deep and dark as it may be, we can get in there and self-correct and self-modulate and bring the healing in to restore the body, mind, spirit complex, to restore our psyches, to restore our emotional balance, to heal, to cleanse, clear, clean, all the things that need to be cleansed, cleared, and clean in order to create that safety and that well-being again, and that freedom. And this is why we absolutely must learn self-love, self-forgiveness, and restore our innate sense of innocence. We are loved. We are loved. We are perfect, whole, and complete. The Father, Mother, God that we sometimes think of outside of us, that's actually inside of us. We can think of them as that divine Father, Mother, God who absolutely loves us unconditionally. The guides and angels of the light who absolutely love us unconditionally, who with all their heart see who we really are and remember who we really are, even when we do not. And we can begin to give that to ourselves as well. And then we can begin to give it to others from there. And in this way, we safely navigate the waters of our wounds of separation with self-responsibility and self-love. This is absolutely crucial. This is crucial that we have that feeling of safety, and we have our bearings enough to just kind of be like, okay, sometimes it's a projection I'm doing. Sometimes it's something I need to avoid. Where's my guidance? What's my guidance versus my fear? We start being able to figure out, oh, that was my inner guidance voice. Oh, and that was a fear from the past. Okay, let me clean the fear from the past. And now what does my guidance say? So these are all very important practices in this inner cauldron of transformation that we're in, that self-awareness is the key to it. Self-awareness and that consciousness is the key to all of it. Absolutely. And love, of course, the power of love. We must be as little children to enter the kingdom. These two precious ones. That innocent, trusting, forward movement, that self-love, that ability to play, that ability to be real with what we're feeling, not push it away or make it wrong or judge it. Right? For surely the kingdom, queendom of God is within us. And it is. It always has been, always will be. I and my Father, Mother, God are one. And in the dark night of the soul, these challenges that we have sometimes push us into further realization and to reaching out, which is really reaching in to connect with that source. Profound experiences of healing and truth can happen in these challenging times. So this is what we might call the at-onement. We are returning to the realization of our at-onement with the divine, with God, with all that is. And it is a humbling process. The ego is humbled and the spirit is lifted up and our self-worth is lifted up, even as we begin to self-correct. And this is the atonement pointed to in the spiritual tradition. So there's a lot of material in the wisdom traditions that actually had, we're talking about this alchemical process we go through. A lot of it got twisted up, pointed in all kinds of directions, all stuff overlaid on top of it that was not part of the original process. That's okay. We're starting to figure it out. And, it's not religious, but it's spiritual truths here that are universal. And if you look deeply enough into all the authentic spiritual traditions of the world, you'll find remnants and needles in the haystack pointing to these same truths around the world and across all time. So this is the preparatory school for what we call Ascension. This is what we're doing. We're literally lightening the load. It's like, okay, we can't take that baggage with us. That's a little dense. Let's leave your bags at the door. Come on up the ladder. Let's go. We're preparing. Prepare ye the way of the Lord, which is the law. Prepare ye the way of Ascension. Prepare ye the way of self-knowledge, gnosis. And so this is the reunion and recalibration to the truth of us, the truth long hidden, but never lost. Never, ever, ever was this truth lost. It was always here at hand. The kingdom, queendom of God is at hand. Well, where's your hand? It's right here. Always has been, always will be. We're awakening. We're peeking out, finding, there it is. There's that love again. This is the restoration of the soul, the awakening of humility, and the liberation of truth. There's no longer a desire to hurt anyone, as we've come full circle now. So we sometimes we might still get mad at people. Let's face it, we're human, we're on a process. But we more and more, when we get our feelings hurt, or we become angry at someone, or we have a frustration, we learn how to process it within ourselves. And we only want the best for everyone and ourselves. And we no longer see ourselves as a victim to all this outer circumstance, because we remember, oh, wait a second, somehow, some way I manifested this. I have no idea how. It could have been my past life, my ancestral lineage, et cetera, et cetera. But yet we take responsibility. So we claim our innocence and our responsibility. And then we choose to live by the golden rule of our own free will. We've come full circle. We're out on the fool's journey, trusting, and in the now. The fool is the beginning of the deck, but it's also kind of the amorphous everything of the deck, isn't it? It's like the zero. So it's the beginning, middle, and end. It's the unified field. It's our ability to be in the now. It's our ability to trust and walk near danger, but know that our little sweet doggy guide is there, helping make sure we don't step off the cliff. We trust, and we begin to choose to live by the golden rule of our own free will. It's enlightened self-interest too. We've come to know this. We own up to our own errors. Like, in other words, the error, again, sin means missing the mark. So wherever we miss the mark of treating others in a positive way, or treating ourselves in a positive way, or making choices that supported our life, or any other kind of thing that we might consider an error, now we consciously seek our own inner correction. The correction is not being imposed from without. We're like, oh wow, I could have really handled that better, or oh my gosh, finally I can see why all those people were so mad at me now. Like, we start getting these downloads and these realizations that we're safe enough to see the other person's perspective. Finally, we feel safer and safer doing this. The more we practice and the more we trust. And it's okay, because a lot of times in the past, in this sort of draconian reality we've been living in, when somebody is wrong or makes an error, punishment ensues. Or, so that's where we're like, no, he did it. I wasn't me. It was my brother over there. It's like, oh, no, go get them. So we felt this need to cover things up, hide, lie, pretend we didn't do something. All of that old egoic fear construct came from the fact that we felt worried that we were going to be blamed and shamed and maybe even maimed and hurt and killed and all the rest of it. Like, it's like, let's face it, we had some situations here. But now, as we're starting to realize how the game actually works, there's really not an out there in control of us. It's in here. The in here is in control of us. So we become safer and safer. We love ourselves unconditionally. We take baby steps. We trust the practice. And the first step is admitting things to ourselves. Like, oh, I really could have done that a better way. Maybe we're not ready to admit that to the other person yet. Eventually, maybe we will be. And it's all good. It's okay. It's just part of the process. We learn how to forgive one another and ourselves with true forgiveness. We love ourselves unconditionally, and we comprehend the other's pain and extend our compassion now, because they're going through the same thing. We're strong in our individuality while honoring all beings. We rise in spiritual maturity and take responsibility for ourselves. And we remember how to become stewards, loving, positive, high-intended stewards of our families, our communities, and our world. This is how the soul grows. And the cycle, she comes to a close. Full circle. Yes, full circle. The soul's journey. What a magnificent thing. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The ancient scriptures begin to make sense. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and all thy soul, with all thy mind. And thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Jesus taught us that. He's teaching us these same mysteries, isn't he? Happiness is a state of mind. It has nothing to do with the external world. Krishna said that in the Bhagavad Gita. These teachings have been around a bit. Buddha, you yourself, as much as anybody else in the entire universe, deserve your love and affection. Don't respond to rudeness. When people are rude to you, they reveal who they are. And I might say, they reveal where they're at in that moment, who they're being, not who you are. Don't take it personally anymore. If you're getting triggered, work on that. Be silent. Agree with your enemy when you are in the way with them. Be still. Don't cause a big kerfuffle. Judge nothing and you will be happy. Forgive everything and you will be happier. Love everything and you will be happiest. So there is a formula here. We just get to learn it. We get to remember it. We get the junk out of the trunk. Now we can actually be that. We can actually feel those vibrations of happiness and love. Remembering a wrong is like carrying a burden on the mind. It's a samskaric imprint that will recycle with us to revisit again until we can eliminate it. That's why we do this mighty work. That's why we forgive. We don't want to recycle with these negative patterns anymore. And pain is certain, but suffering is optional. Let's really take that in for a moment. So, you know, when you feel pain, right? It's like you stub your toe. It's like, that really hurt. What's it like to just alchemize the pain and go ahead and feel it without making a big deal about it and complaining about it and talking to the neighbors about it for the next 3 weeks, right? It's like we feel the pain, we move on. Suffering is optional. Thousands of candles can be lit from a single candle, and the life of the candle will not be shortened. Happiness never decreases by being shared. Let us rise up and be thankful, for if we didn't learn a lot, at least we learned a little. And if we didn't learn a little, at least we didn't get sick. And if we did get sick, at least we didn't die. So let's all be thankful. There's always something to be thankful for. And there's so many tools and many gems to discover on the journey. And the beings and speakers here and authors and people all over the world, the awakening millions, you know, there's so many tools for us all to share. We resonate with certain ones and we use them. And that is a beautiful thing. Thank you for your time and attention in receiving this presentation of these codes of union, which are alive in all of us. It's my honor and pleasure to provide tools, time, attention, and unconditional love for the journey. This is my favorite thing to do, is watch and be a sort of a midwife for transformation. It's absolutely my joy. I love it. You can find me on Telegram at Imagine Your World. I post on there semi-regularly, and I also put my events and things on there. And I also have my website, charayadharma.com, where you can find podcasts, webinars, inspiration, my newsletter, online courses, tools and skills, free resources of all kinds, coaching, energy clearing, and readings. It'd be my pleasure to work with you if you feel so moved. And once again, I want to thank Neil and everybody and see where we're at with time and if there's any questions or anything like that.
Beautiful. Yeah, we have a couple. We have one right here, actually. Mm-hmm. Well, Chris is asking, what would you repeat what your teacher told you in your 20s?
Let me re-access that.
Remember that.
What was that one? There's so many things my teacher taught me in my 20s. What did I say just now? Oh, I know what he's pointing to. Yeah. You can trust everyone to be exactly who they are. So you can trust everyone. You can absolutely trust everyone. You can trust them to be themselves. So if we have blinders on and we're not willing to see who they're actually showing up as, that's on us. Right? You know, it's like fool me once, it's you're bad. You know, fool me twice or 3 or 4 times. Oh, okay. What's next?
That
was it for the questions. Just a bunch of comments here.
Question here.
Go ahead.
How is suicide possible?
Yeah. Well, ultimately it's not, right? Like Groundhog Day.
Right. Of course, you keep coming back over and over and over again.
Right. You're like, I'm going to blow myself up this way. I'm going off a cliff. You know, that is one of the most amazing movies for oneness and spiritual growth I think that's ever been made. I absolutely love that movie. And you can try, but you're going to come back, you know. And then, and if you finish the cycle and you're like, I'm just taking myself out because I'm done, you know, then you're going to still be pure consciousness. I mean, there is no end to this journey. You know, with all due respect for the pain and the pressure it must be on someone to do that act. It's like, oh my gosh, what compassion, and how amazing it is if we can help someone make a new decision and stop and go ahead, because they're going to loop back in with the same patterns pretty much, if not worsened by the trauma of then having done that act too on top of it. So, it's like, I've looked at this a lot actually with people. Like, the energy of doing that to oneself has consequences. It's not going to be the highest choice for the soul. It may feel like an easy way out, temporary. It's like a Band-Aid. It's like, temporary. It's like going out and getting drunk one night, instead of facing your problems.
Well, like I said the other day, when I was facing suicide and I was that depressed, fortunately for me, I ended up I had this lucid vision that I was with my guides. I was in that circle having died, and I saw myself. I saw them talking to me and saying, well, what did you complete on the planet? And then I saw myself going, oh my God, you mean I have to tell them I couldn't do it, that I failed at it, that I couldn't do my mission, and that it was just too hard. Like, can you imagine saying it was, and that snapped me out of it, just so you know, Charaya, that really snapped me out of it. The pain of admitting to my guides that I couldn't do it this life. I was too afraid. So I love your presentation, by the way. It was a complete entry into the fifth dimension. You want to get in the fifth dimension, look at this presentation.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And I'm so glad you decided to stay. Thank you.
Yes, thank God. And that's a wonderful thing to say to someone. You decided to stay. You decided to stick around and take it higher.
Yes, ma'am. I love it so much.
Reverend Dr. Victor is back there.
You want to make any comments, Dr. Victor?
I just adored everything that you shared. Thank you so much. This was a heavenly presentation. Thank you. And I like the word that you said. The word sin means missing the mark. In Hebrew, it's chet, which means when an archer draws the bow, releases the arrow, and misses the target. What a wonderful description.
Yeah, and that's all it is. I'm getting full body chills. It's not, you're a bad person, you need to be tortured, you need, you've done wrong, you need to be cast out of society. It's like, oh shoot, I missed the mark. Okay, how can I correct that myself? But as we go to do that, there may be pain, there may be tears that come out in the relief of the realization of that. And so it's okay, we got to love ourselves through this process and allow the emotions to transmute as we go.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, love. Beautiful.
I love you
and
all.
Enjoy your tour of Florida, because that would be transforming.
Absolutely. Much love, everyone.
Thank you, Charaya. See you in a bit. Awesome. And let's get Rob on here. All right, we're going to go into our next guest, everybody. We have Paul Wallace coming up. And Rob, do you want to do the official intro for Paul? You're muted.
Yes, sir. I'm going to pull it up real quick. Hang on 2 seconds. I was not prepared. I apologize.
That's okay. Take your time. I'm looking for him anyway. Yeah, he was in the room a second ago. Now I kind of don't see him.
It seems to be happening every time that you go to look for somebody. It's like, wherever they go.
Where'd they go? Yeah, let's wait for him to come in. But yeah, pull it up. And why don't you just tell us your own experience with Paul? Because we've been working with Paul now. Well, you've been working with him a little longer than I have. And through Watchers Talk and Full Spectrum Universe, I got introduced to Paul and have had him on the platform a few times. Here he is. Okay, go ahead. Whenever you're ready, bro.
Awesome. So Paul Wallace is an international best-selling author whose books probe world mythologies and ancestral narratives for their insight into human origin, human potential, and our place in the cosmos. A popular speaker and researcher, his documentaries and collaborations are watched by millions. As a senior churchman, Paul served as a church doctor, a theological educator, and an archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia, with numerous titles published on Christian mysticism and spirituality. His 2020 book, Escaping from Eden, was hailed by George Norrie as the generation's Chariots of the Gods, propelling Paul onto an international stage as the go-to guy in the field of paleo contact. Paul's latest book, The Scars of Eden, is endorsed by Eric von Daniken. That's what we have here, but there is a lot more to it, but we'll keep it short so we can get Paul Oh, well, that's what we're going to talk about a little bit is the Echoes of Eden, which I believe is out on Kindle now, and then May 1st will be out on hardcover, which is just absolutely incredible. I have had the privilege to read most of it, and it is by far just one of the best works that I've personally read. And you know, being with Paul and talking with Paul so much, I respect Paul's insight so much that it has affected me on a personal level and on a research level. He is just heralding this information that when his take on it is just so profound that when you listen or look, and well, of course you listen through YouTube, but when you look and you read it, you tend to get this twist now, and you're like, you know what? That makes so much more sense, and it connects so many dots for me. And I just love Paul to death. He's a good friend of mine, and I love working with him all the time, as many times as I can, because Paul is always spot on. So,
Welcome, brother. You're muted, bro.
You're muted, Paul.
Good day. Thank you, Rob. I'm blown away by that introduction. It's lovely to be in your presence once again, guys. And I've been listening in. It's this morning because I'm speaking from Australia, and people will think that all the presenters carefully compared notes before the summit to work out how they'd fit together. That isn't the case at all, and this happens so often that I think, am I going to approach this from the right angle today? And then I listen to my fellow presenters and think, oh, we're all on the same page here. We're all really in a sequence, unpacking the same wonderful kaleidoscopic picture.
Yeah,
So I think it'll be another of those days.
Definitely, brother. And it just synchronistically flows together, everything fits in the right place where it's got to fit. The theme for this conference is unity consciousness. And I particularly like your story because you give hope to a lot of people that may have started from a different route or have a different belief system, and through evidence and research really starts uncovering the truth and peeling back the layers of ancient history. But ultimately it's really about what this means for who we are, right? About where we came from and what connects us, because these are stories that unite multiple civilizations across the world. What do you say?
Exactly. And you've really summarized my journey over the last half decade by saying that, and I'll unpack a little bit of that in a moment.
So let's get into talking about your upcoming book. Well, actually, why don't you tell everybody, because we always bring you on and you always tell everybody a little bit about your story, but I think that on Portal to Ascension, there's always a good amount of people that haven't heard about your journey. So why don't you just spend a few minutes just to kind of summarize how you just got to where you are today and your background before we kind of get into your new material?
Sure. Well, people know me today for my work in the field of paleocontact. So that's the theory that our ancestors in the deep past had contact with visitors from other civilizations, other parts of the cosmos. And my route into this territory surprises a lot of people because my background is in Christian ministry. I was 33 years in church-based ministry, working as a church doctor, an archdeacon for the Anglican Church in Australia, as Rob was just saying, and a theological educator, training pastors, particularly in the area of handling the Bible, interpreting the Bible. The word is called hermeneutics, and it's the principles of interpreting ancient texts. And it was actually the skills I developed in that area as a preacher, as a lecturer, that led me down a certain rabbit hole into the great rabbit warren we're all exploring together over the last couple of days. The red pill for me was Bible translation, particularly going to the root meanings of some key words in the Hebrew texts. I'm going to be talking about one in particular, but translation really can hide or open up the world of phenomena reported in the Hebrew canon. And it was as I explored questions of translation that the world of paleocontact began to open up to me.
Beautiful. And in that process, you wrote a few books. And how many books do you have now? Are there 3 in the series?
In my series in Paleo Contact, Echoes of Eden, the new one, is the third. And as you're saying, it's due out on May the 1st. So you can pre-order the Kindle right now. And then it'll be downloaded on May the 1st. And the paperback you can buy from the 1st of May on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Hive, Book Depository, wherever books are sold. It'll be everywhere. And those 3 books are just the latest. I think Echoes of Eden is the 12th book that I've written. But it's these 3 in particular, the Eden series, that talk about paleo contact and how that relates to the world today, and how you might find your way into exploring that territory from all kinds of different start points.
Beautiful. Did you have like a presentation you wanted to share, or do you want to just go back and forth, or did you have something that you wanted to convey with your book about your material?
I always enjoy bouncing off you guys. I have something I can share, but it's whichever you prefer, Neil.
All right, so why don't you, Rob, unless you have an immediate question, we can let you share, and then we'll just jump on with questions.
I have a comment, and this is one of the things of course, when we look at the Bible, what the Bible is intended for is interpretation of the story and how it relates to right now. And I think this is one of the things that Paul captivates so well when he looks at all of these ancient texts and stories. He's able to give you a master class of what it actually meant, or what the symbolism is and what it means. And every time he does that, you end up making connections in other cultures and civilizations. And it's absolutely incredible. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Exactly, 100%. And Dr. Victor has, I guess, interviewed you in the past as well. So you want to jump on Dr. Victor?
I've had the pleasure of meeting Paul and interviewing him a couple of times, and he elucidated something for me with his research and his wisdom, a word that always bothered me in Hebrew, the word Elohim, which is plural. So if there's Elohim, how can there be plural if God is one? And he answered that question for me.
Yeah,
thank you.
That was the beginning of the journey for me. And hi, Victor, it's great to see you again. I'll share some thoughts then, and I'll pace it so that we've got time for some conversation to bounce off it.
Sounds good.
And Elohim, yes, was really significant for me. My work has really been oriented around root meanings, going to the root meanings of keywords in the ancient texts. And as I say, it's that's opened up this incredible new world for me. And it's taken me from, my faith was really a fairly traditional, narrow Christian orthodoxy, now to a worldview that embraces paleo contact, human potential, and all the exploration of ascension, such as we've been discussing over the last couple of days. So what I want to share is about 4 processes of recognition that were part of my journey of reframing and rediscovery. 4 processes of recognition, at least 4, but these are a start point. And I want to start by talking about my rediscovery of our invisible team. That's the language I use, our invisible team. Way back in 2009, my wife Ruth and I were effecting a move from the Australian Capital Territory to the New South Wales South Coast. We were moving somewhere where we could live more cheaply for a couple of years as our babies were arriving, and we didn't want to both be working full time as our babies arrived. And so we were trading down from a larger house to a smaller house. And it was quite a challenging move, but we managed to sell the house without an agent. We were quite pleased with ourselves there. And now we realized that we could sell that house, buy that house, but we were so tight financially that we had covered for everything except the cost of actually moving. We didn't have any money for the removal truck that would get us from Canberra to the South Coast. And it was going to cost about 5,000 Australian dollars back in 2009. And we were puzzling over where we were going to get this money from. We really didn't have the capacity to support a loan or a new loan to service that need. And we were thinking, oh dear, do we have to ask your mum and dad for help? And we were getting quite anxious about it. We were much younger then. And I was sitting at my desk, which in those days was in our bedroom, and I was just puzzling over this. Where can I get $5,000 from? And as I was sitting at my desk, something went like that. It was as if somebody just gently moved my head and then pointed at something at the bottom of my computer screen. I was staring at our bank accounts. And suddenly I realized I was reading the words available funds. What does that mean? Available funds. And I realized that because we'd been overpaying our mortgage for the last few years, we had available funds we could draw on, just over $5,000. Well, this was quite an exciting experience. And as I processed what had just happened, I'd located the $5,000 we needed. I thought, who did that? Who put my attention there? Was that a God experience? And somehow I felt, no, that was a more localized entity helping me there. Was that an angel? Now, we were trying to process this through our Christian Orthodox worldview, but if I had shared that story with someone with a different worldview, if I had shared it with a guardian or elder of an indigenous tradition, they might very well have told me, your ancestors were helping you. If I talked to a traditional healer from out of Swaziland or Zambia or Zimbabwe or Ghana, they would say, your ancestors were helping you. If I went to certain other cultures, they'd say, the spirits helped you. Well, I came out of that experience a little bit agnostic about where that help had come from. It was very focused help. I just wasn't sure who it was who had helped. And it was just the very beginning in my widening my worldview as to what company do we go through this life in. Traditional healers have their language for it. They talk about ancestral spirits. Traditional shaman will talk about contact with the spirits. And that language is in the New Testament as well, which I hadn't fully spotted at that point. Hebrews 12 in the New Testament talks about each one of us being surrounded by an invisible cloud of ancestral spirits. Our ancestors are very interested in us and our well-being and our progress through life, and support us in some kind of a way, according to Hebrews 12. 1 John 4, in the New Testament, the writer tells the believer to expect information to come from entities he describes as spirits, but he doesn't say who they are or what they are. Are these spirits interdimensional entities? Are they energy-based beings? Are they physical beings who communicate telepathically? Are they the spirits of ancestors? Are they your spirits, your higher self? The writer doesn't say. And for him, it's not important. As long as you keep your sovereignty, your autonomy, make up your own mind, weigh up what you hear, decide for yourself if you're going to act on it. If all that's in place, then you listen out. You should expect to be getting some good information. And so what I found rediscovering those texts in the light of the world's family of ancestral narratives has opened up a mindset of expecting help, of I put my question or my need to the universe and the help can come from anywhere. And I really have come to believe that each one of us has an invisible team of spirits, entities, wishing to support us on our journey through life. I do a lot of personal coaching. And from time to time, I'll say to a client, do you know, I'm coming to believe that every one of us has an invisible team of helpers. I've yet to say that and not hear the person say back, yes, I've come to believe that too. But they haven't got that belief from their religion or their traditional worldview. They've been forming that opinion because of experiences they've been having. It is great to expect help, to believe that there is an invisible team of helpers out there, because we are better at experiencing things we expect. and the world's ancestral narratives, including the New Testament, Hebrews and 1 John 4, teach us a higher expectation of help. The narrow orthodoxy of Western Christianity, however, has taught a somewhat different view, and those teachings in Hebrews and 1 John have not been part of the core curriculum of Christianity for the last 2,000 years. As Victor mentioned just now, my journey of rapid relearning began in Bible translation and in going to the word Elohim. It's the oldest word in the Bible that gets translated as God. But as I did my research around the word, I realized it couldn't mean that. The word is a plural masculine form word. It takes plural verbs, plural attributives. And so in my book, Escaping from Eden, I asked the question, what happens to the Elohim stories of the Bible if we retranslate that word according to its root meanings? According to its roots, it means the powerful ones. And I give a close argument for that in Escaping from Eden. If we reread the stories of the powerful ones, then it repositions the Bible in the world of ancestral narratives and world mythology. When we translate that word as God, and that was a choice made in the 6th century BCE by the editors and redactors of the Bible at that point. What I've just said is completely uncontroversial. Anyone with a theology degree knows that. And so this book that was a compendium of stories was turned into a single book about God. And within that were the Elohim stories, the stories of the powerful ones. So what you have in the Elohim stories, when you read it as the stories of the powerful ones, it's like a light bulb comes on and you realize you're looking at a whole plethora of entities, a whole range, a diverse range of powerful ones who were present on planet Earth in the deep past, and we're listening to our ancestors' recollections of what it was like when they were around, of what it was like when they were governing the human populations on planet Earth. Some of these powerful ones were not very sweet and divine and heavenly like at all. They were sometimes quite brutal, selfish. They were oftentimes in conflict and at war. They would slaughter thousands of human beings in the arguments among themselves. And at times these Elohim were quite unpredictable, and even people trying to serve the Elohim would find themselves slaughtered in great number because they'd displeased their particular powerful one. These are stories of colonization. All colonization is brutal and is violent and is done by force, and the colonization described in the Hebrew canon is no different. But we have a big problem. When we translate that warring, unpredictable, vicious, punitive behavior as the behavior of God, because we translated Elohim as God, suddenly you've got an unpredictable, violent, abusive monster of a god. And those were the translation choices made in the 6th century BCE, because those redactors wanted to teach monotheism, the idea that there's only one God and source of all, which is a very noble and important truth. But by trying to airbrush that theology over these earlier stories, they ended up with a vision of God that is totally mixed up and that makes God out to be a monster. That's bad enough, but when you then have to worship the monster, it does something to your conscience. If you have to worship the monster, then you have to sublimate all your instincts about what is loving and not loving, what is kind and not kind, what is good and what is not good. You have to totally distort your own moral compass to worship a monster. And this is what we've done. You can draw a straight line from those translation choices to all kinds of violent colonization, genocides, enslavement of people groups, all justified in the name of this monstrous God. It's done a great deal of damage to our psychology, but more than distort us morally, it has eviscerated our self-confidence as a species to the extent that we've bought into this worldview of a monstrous God. Having a God who's unpredictable and violent, who can turn on a dime and kill you and torment your family for 7 generations because of some mistake you've made, I liken it to living in a household where you have a parent who may be, for reasons of mental health or substance abuse or addictions, they are a very unpredictable and potentially dangerous parent. Everyone in that household has to tiptoe around them for fear of finding them in a bad mood, for fear of setting them off, tiptoe around them so that the disordered, powerful one can remain comfortable. And the importance of everyone else in the family goes to zero. And a child brought up in that environment is very challenging. Very often the self-esteem and self-confidence of the spouse or the child just goes to zero, just goes to mush because of those dynamics. We've done that to ourselves as a species by believing we're in a universe with a God like that, tiptoeing around for fear of offending. And we have justified that behavior with the language of worship and obedience. This is how we tiptoe and fail to offend, through worship and obedience. But the moment you do the translation work that I suggest, that abusive God disappears. You realize that's a total distortion of reality. And once you've gotten rid of your abusive God, you can begin to recover a sense of self-love and self-confidence, as Charaya was just talking about. But you know, there are actual monsters in the Hebrew text. And again, a little bit of translation work gets you to that realization. There are dragons in there. And there are dragons in world mythology and ancestral narrative all around the world. You can find in Egypt the Akek. In other parts of the world, you'll find Kukumats, Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica, the Kolkis from out of Georgia, the Koka from Spain and Portugal, the Kuchedra, the Kur from Greece, the Kurokami, or the Kuchiru or Ikuchi from out of Japan. Now, did you spot something about the phonetics of those names? K, 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 ch, 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 k, k. That's the sound that recurs in dragon narratives all around the world. And it makes me ask, have our ancestors curated stories which carry the memory of a sound or even of a proper name that belonged to these dragon entities? Now that might sound like a million miles away from the Yahweh stories of the Hebrew scriptures. But in my new book, Echoes of Eden, out on May the 1st, I take the reader through the story of affrication in the development of languages. Now, affrication is the process by which hard plosives become softer fricatives over time. And so in a language, you might start with a p sound and it'll go to a p and then a f. You might start with a b sound and it goes to a v and then a v. You might start with a v sound and it goes to a v and then a w. Start with a t, goes to a s, goes to a s. This process of sound softening is called affrication. And the same has happened to the H in Hebrew. In the name Yahweh, the H is so silent, it's only there really to help the sounding of the vowels. But in ancient Proto-Semitic, sounded like. Does that sound familiar? Suddenly we realize there is an overlap of the Hebrew stories with the of narratives all around the world. And there are dragon stories with that name pasted over the top in the Hebrew scriptures. This is just one example of how the Bible realigns when you do some translation work, because translated the way it is, it sets itself over and against all the other ancestral narratives of the world. Through my translation work, I realized it sits among them. Now, the dragon story doesn't end with the presence of the dragon. The dragon stories often follow a certain shape, that in the deep past, our ancestors were governed over by draconian entities whom they served, and they had to provide them with a lot of cattle and a lot of gold and a lot of virgin girls, because that's what dragons want. Those three things. Cultures all around the world recall that. And this is how life was. We served superiors who were like that for a long time. And then the people reach the point of exhaustion. And they sit down with each other and they think it through. And they say, what would happen if we all came together? If we acted in solidarity? If we all together said, no, we're not going to serve you anymore. The dragon can't kill all of us because this was its habit. Fiery breath would consume them. And that's true of the Yahweh stories that are in the Hebrew scriptures too. Can't kill all of us because then he's got no servants. So what's he going to do? Might kill some of us. But if we all act together and just say no, then we've ended the dragon's power. And sure enough, that's how the story goes. There's a point in the Hebrew stories in which the people come together and say, no, no more. We want a human king, and we're going to look after ourselves without the draconian entity. Thank you very much. That's the story. But that hard wiring of we exist to serve superiors, hard to get rid of. And that's why people like Buddha, Lao Tzu, and Jesus did a great deal in their teaching to try and unravel that hard wiring of deference and civility, to reframe the idea of loving God as we love each other, to reframe we serve God as we serve one another. And that insight is there in the Hebrew scriptures too, as you listen to some of the later prophets. And so we rediscover in the dragon stories each other. We rediscover our own power when we act collectively. And that is part of the meaning of the dragon stories. We rediscover one another as our opportunity to find divine connection, power, and meaning. We rediscover our own power and each other's value. And the dragon stories are told to encourage us to carry on learning those truths because they remain relevant. In 1993, Mother Teresa visited Great Britain, and Mother Teresa was known for working among the untouchables of Calcutta. The untouchables are the class of people, according to the caste system that you find in India, who are people of no value, people who you don't want to associate with, you don't look at them, you certainly don't touch them, hence the name, and they are at the bottom of the pile. And it was among those people who are often very poor that Mother Teresa worked. Then she visited Great Britain, and she said she was shocked at the collapse of self-esteem among the teenagers of Great Britain. Now, when I heard that, I was blown away. How can the self-esteem of teenagers in wealthy Great Britain be lower than the self-esteem of untouchables in Calcutta? The answer appears to be that when all the important relationships in your life are broken down, when extended family is broken down, when the nuclear family is broken down, when your civic family is broken down, your self-esteem will go to mush. And unfortunately, in a worldview shaped by that narrow Christian orthodoxy that I mentioned earlier, when you're on your own, you're on your own. You might beg the Almighty for help, but because of the Almighty's mysterious ways, help might not come. And then where do you go? When you're on your own, you're on your own. Whereas, as I've begun listening to the ancestral wisdom of our elders around the world, our shamanic leaders, go back to the texts of Christianity that were neglected, like Hebrews 12 and 1 John 4, I'm listening to a worldview that says every one of us has invisible team. And in that worldview, even when all those things are shot to pieces, you look for help from the universe and you expect help to come from somewhere, whether it's from your higher self or from animals, plants, spirits, children, strangers. You put out your need or your question to the cosmos, and help will come from somewhere. And it may even come from an invisible team. And that is a far more empowering worldview with which to journey through life. The idea that you are important enough to warrant a personal invisible support team is life-changing. The other recognition that happened for me through this translation work was the recognition of other cultures. Because once I made those translation shifts, I realized that the ancient stories of the Bible were actually reaffirming ancestral narratives from other cultures. It wasn't the Bible over and against everybody else. When we translate Elohim as God, it's as if the Bible says, forget what everybody else says, this is what really happened. Make the translation switch, and what the Bible says actually lines up with other ancestral narratives, and it changes your relationship, therefore, with other cultures. Suddenly, you respect other cultures in a brand new way and expect to be hearing valuable information from them. In the past, when I was in the world of narrow orthodoxy, if somebody said something like, well, we can all learn something from each other, can't we? Calvinistic Christianity says, no, you can't, because we have the truth. You might have bits and pieces, but we have the truth. And as I did the translation work, I realized that's unwarrantable. That's completely unsupported once we set these biblical stories in their wider context. And I began to recognize the dignity and value of other cultures. I began to recognize that a missionary relationship where you are the one who has all the truth, that's not the right kind of relationship. And my confidence in that missionary relationship was really rooted in more, how can I put it, uglier patterns, patterns of colonization, traditions of racial supremacy, one over the other, patterns of disrespect, suppression, and genocide of indigenous narratives. That was the tradition I was a part of growing up in Great Britain. And I had to begin unpiecing that and realizing, no, that is not the way we live on this planet. It is not supported by the ancient texts. We are all on a journey of exploration and learning from one another. Echoes of Eden looks at something of the process by which we've been taught to disbelieve and disregard the indigenous stories of other cultures, but also of our own culture. That if our own ancestors have something different to say than our narrow orthodoxy, then we dismiss it with the language of idolatry and witchcraft. And it's how the British marginalized the thinking of the local people whenever they colonized new territory. It's why in the USA, in Canada, and Australia, there was 100 years of stolen generation policies of kidnapping children. 10,000 of them so far have been recorded as murders in the children's homes and boarding schools of Canada. We now have a truth and reconciliation process happening there. And it's not unique to Canada. It's part of how the old stories have been silenced throughout history. If we go to medieval France, go to the Languedoc, you're in a part of Europe where 1 million people were killed by 19 successive popes in order to rid the world of the indigenous information they had carried and run with. And the information they had translated into a better society in the south of France, in the Languedoc. And a big part of their information was to do with the recognition of our higher self. And they had got that from Plato, who was a teacher of paleocontact, as I am. and they had developed a lot of his thinking. The idea of our higher selves is the idea that we are primarily conscious beings, that we exist as an aspect of cosmic consciousness before we incarnate as individual material beings. Then we have this material experience, and then after this, we go on. Our consciousness goes on its learning journey, or it returns to the source. Now, by that worldview, when we were aspects of cosmic consciousness, we knew everything. And therefore, everything we learn in this life is really the recovery of information we had before. And the Cathars were people who wanted to tap that connection, who believed that we could access the knowledge we had before and live in the light of it. I returned to those teachings which had been hereticized by the church in times past and began recognizing the insight they had to offer. When I was in the world of narrow orthodoxy, I believed in a thing called a word of knowledge, which is where God gives the Christian worker a little bit of information to help in a ministry task. And I began having experiences that blew that paradigm out of the water. I started having experiences of remote viewing and future viewing that had nothing to do with ministry. And I began to suspect were to do with the activation of a part of my brain. And that's really what the Cathars were on about, reconnecting with our higher selves, downloading information from the cosmic field of information through our bodies and brains functioning better. When we go to the paleo contact stories from the Mayan tradition, the idea of higher human cognitive abilities is totally enmeshed in that story of paleo contact. It says our ancestors had these higher cognitive abilities of self-healing, telepathic connection, future viewing, remote viewing, and that we all still have it in our brains. The Nigerian story of Abasi and Atai say the same thing. Our ancestors had these higher abilities, and then the powerful ones, we're back to the Elohim, release devices into the environment, or in the Popol Vuh, it's a vapor sprayed into the environment to brain damage the human beings, to bring us down to the point where our world is limited to the immediate realm of our 5 physical senses. For any other information, we have to rely on authority to tell us. The powerful ones felt they could work with that. There's a positive take home from that, and that is that when the powerful ones wanted to dial us down, they didn't do it by modifying our DNA. They did it by putting something into the environment. And that means that all those higher abilities are still latent in our minds, in our brains, in our bodies, waiting to be reactivated. And a lot of people begin exploring Ascension because they start experiencing flashes of these higher faculties switching on. And those stories from the Popol Vuh and from Nigeria suggest that if we pay attention to our environment, to making sure that it's not toxic, that it is clean, that our water's clean, that our food is clean, that we're living in harmony with our environment, then we should fully expect our higher faculties to begin switching back on. And so there was for me a recognition of the importance of our environment, the environment of my home, our natural environment, and to place value on it, to seek to be in harmony with it, to be in gratitude towards it, and to learn how to live as a part of the environment rather than over and against it. And so this recognition of our higher selves is a shift from a paradigm of dependence to a paradigm of empowerment. I talked about narrow orthodoxy. In the beginning, Christianity wasn't that. It was a kaleidoscope of experiences and theologies. Within that kaleidoscope were a kaleidoscope of texts. And a lot of those got excluded as Christianity became more defined and got hijacked by the empire. One of the texts that was excluded was the Gospel of Thomas, one of the Gnostic texts. Now, not all Gnostic texts should be treated with equal reverence necessarily. Some are earlier than others, some are more primitive than others, but scholars generally agree that the Gospel of Thomas is very early, and it may even be the earliest attestation to Jesus's teaching. So that deserves a lot of reverence. And when we go to it, it begins with the words, "The kingdom of heaven is within you." Well, how much more empowering a worldview that offers. We could translate it differently if we go to the root meanings. We could say that the whole cosmic realm, its powers and principles operate within you. That would be a truth curated by traditions all around the world. It's there in the Gospel of Thomas. It's there in the canonical Gospels as well. But translation, once again, has obscured it. Jesus' very first sermon, I believe you could translate perfectly accurately like this: go beyond the mind, because the powers and principles and people of the cosmos are available to you, waiting to be embraced. I think that is a true and accurate translation of the text, and one that invites us to explore, takes us from this world where we are dependent, in craven obedience, seeking permission for everything, begging for assistance, to one where we fully expect it because we have the universe here to support us. It moves us from a world where we're tiptoeing around to boldly going. It moves us from a world where trespassers will be prosecuted to a world where we can explore and discover what's possible. And I'll conclude there and hand back to you, Neil.
Amazing, brother. Whoa.
Ooh, man, I'll tell
Mind
you.
blown. Mind blown. But there's so many. We only have a few minutes left. But I want Rob,
I'm sorry about that. I went a bit longer than I planned.
No, you're good. I mean, I think I want to listen to this again, write the questions down, and do an interview on our YouTube about the questions that I have, so we can go deeper. But Rob, I'll give you the first opportunity here because I want to ask a couple before we close out.
I just have a comment, and then I'll let you do the questions. That was powerful, and the sounds of the words. It's so empowering, and I agree with you 100% that we have a team around us. I've had dreams of loved ones that have passed, and it was so real and tangible that I woke up still in the embrace of one of them. So, I'll just leave it right there, Paul. I love your work, and that was just bar none incredible. I resonated with it on so many different levels, and you've inspired me to do comparative mythology and really look into things. I just wrote my first article on Substack, which was comparative mythology with Ayana, the Sumerian goddess. So it was incredible.
Oh, thanks, Rob.
All right, so let's get into a few questions here. Well, firstly, what you said about the shifting our environment, and the external environment, it's not really like a tampering with our DNA, but our DNA has full potential, right? And it's interesting because comparative mythology, I just took a course on comparative Greek and Indian mythology, which I'm doing the Yuga cycles across both cultures. And in each Yuga cycle, the age of humanity doubles, right? And we've just come out of this Kali Yuga cycle. We're going to this Dwarpa Yuga. So technically we can live up to 200, but what we need to do is shift our environment, fluoride, all the stuff that we have in our external environment to do that. But the interesting thing is, it goes back to what a lot of speakers have been speaking about, is that the only way we can even do that is by shifting our consciousness to even know that we have to do that, So we have to do that inner work before we do that. So that's just my quick comment there. But the first one I have is, when you talk about dragons, because we had some people in the chat saying, well, dragons are good. Some people saying, well, my experience with dragons are this. Do you think it's literal dragons, or could it be metaphors? Because the dragon race, I've been told, has been here before the humans even came into our galaxy, and were very wise races. Did they use the dragon symbolism to symbolize their grandioseness, or what do you think it is?
Well, there are texts in the Hebrew scriptures that suggest dragons really exactly as a child would picture them, a reptilian entity that destroys things by fire. Some of those recollections, I think, might be recollections of technology, but some of them are recollections of biological entities. But I think it's quite complex, that just because an entity is described as a reptilian doesn't necessarily mean you're getting a dark story or a story of evil. Because there are reptilian entities in the mix who do positive things for humanity. And the upgrade of humanity from a slave species to something better than that, something more empowered, more conscious, more intelligent, a lot of cultures, including the story from the Popol Vuh and the root meaning of Genesis 3, give credit to a reptilian entity for doing that. So it's not dragons bad, mammals good. It's a more layered picture than that. And then you're right, Neil, I think there are even older experiences on planet Earth that relate to reptilian entities that are separate to the memories our ancestors have carried in these dragon stories where we conquer them.
Right, right. You know, and there's been a few channelings that I've listened to, and some people that channel reptilian beings, and they say that there's the reptilians that have the negative connotation, and then the ones that are the positive ones like to be called serpentine beings, because there's the polarity of the two, you know?
Well, you can use the two words that way, and I certainly think there's a spectrum. In the Bible, serpent refers to all of them.
Okay.
But you just have to look at the behavior. Is it good behavior? Is it bad behavior?
Right,
Is it
right.
helpful? Is it unhelpful? And just follow the
Right.
stories.
And then another speaker spoke about this, if you expand out to the overall picture, even that the dark ones are working for our evolution, because ultimately it kickstarted a process that led us to this moment, you know, of us.
Well, yeah, that's right. Even though the horrible stories of, gold virgins and cattle, and we exist to provide all that to the dragons, that story goes somewhere. It goes to a pivot point where the human race grows up and discovers what we're capable of when we act collectively, when we become civilized.
Right.
And we begin to serve one another instead of serving superiors. I mean, that is a perennially important lesson, isn't it?
Definitely. All right. So last question here. How do you reconcile the following? Okay. So Elohim, right? Some people have said that they're a group of different ET races. Some say they're just a group, gods from certain planet, right? Then we have Anunnaki, right? So how would you reconcile Elohim as a group of beings or races, the word Anunnaki, and Yahweh, which, was the one God chosen out of the many?
Well, the word Elohim, meaning powerful one, seems to embrace a diversity of beings in the Hebrew texts. Very often, those stories run in parallel with the Anunnaki stories from the Mesopotamian literature. The Anunnaki, that means sky people. It means astronauts, some people would argue. It doesn't say what they are, just that they've come from the sky. So again, that can imply a whole spectrum of entities. And in both those canons, the Mesopotamian and the biblical, there is a reference made to the Sky Council, in which you've got a diversity of agendas, and it's very clear in the Bible, a diversity of species, all operating in some kind of a federation, to use Hayam Meshed's language.
So it could be multiple races, right?
I believe it is.
And even some races, like let's talk about Orion, for example, where there were, there was some sort of infiltration there. A lot of these races eventually figured out how to transcend the struggles and strife, and at this moment could actually be harmonious or peaceful, right?
Well, that's right. I mean, there are layers to the stories of our visitors. Orion is one region of space that recurs all around the world. The Pleiades is another. Sirius is another. Go to the book of Enoch, and there's a hint there at entities that can operate as energy-based or as material or interdimensional. And so, yes, our neighbors are on a journey too. Some of our neighbors are on a journey of ascension similar to ours, and some of them, I'm not so sure.
Yeah. I mean, look at the human experience. A couple thousand years ago, definitely we were much more warlike. Actually, maybe that you can that's open to interpretation, right? But we definitely had a lot of chaos in our past that different races wouldn't want to interact with us. And we're on this process of evolution to be in unity consciousness. And that's the end goal. So we would have even shifted out of it within, our human experience.
We are still very warlike, but I agree with you, Neil. I actually think we are progressing as a species in terms of how we embrace compassion, whether we can extend compassion to the next town, the next tribe, the next country, even an enemy empire. I think that's the direction that we are moving in. I think that's the lesson that we're hopefully learning, albeit with a few pitfalls along the way.
Definitely. Paul, you're so amazing, brother. Every time I talk to you, I just get so excited. It's like, these are my favorite conversations, So thank you for everything you do, man, and being such a great friend, always showing up and just providing so much insight with everything that you create. Appreciate you, bro.
Thanks, Neil. Thanks for hosting this, and thank you for having me.
Take care, brother. We'll speak soon.
Amazing. Amazing. That was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Yes. Man, I'm glad he did that presentation, but so many more questions, just
Well, yeah, you know what it was too, is it's just so eye-opening, especially when we talk about the language in itself and the interpretation. It delves a lot into where could some of these possible possible interpretations go wrong, and maybe we've lost something in the context of everything. And it's that's kind of what we're shooting for now. We're trying to get that consciousness boost. We've got to have that understanding. So
that chapter's over. So I want to just acknowledge Dr. Victor really quick, because you're about to head out. I want to just say thank you so much, brother, for just contributing your energy and being a part of this event. And just if you have something you want to say, maybe before you leave, please do share with us.
I just want to express my gratitude to you, Neil, my brother, for allowing me to be part of this wonderful, wonderful presentation and sharing the energy. And I love you. And I love all of you. Joan, I love you. Rob, I love you. Everyone else who was in there. Neil, I love you. I love you. I mean, Alan, I love you. I love everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Love you too, bro. We're going to be... Thank you so much for your debut on Portal to Ascension. We're definitely going to be working together quite a lot in the future. I appreciate you so much, man.
We'll be in touch for sure.
Absolutely. Many blessings to everyone. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Joan, we're going to go into our next speaker here, but I see you're bursting with excitement, it seems. So let me see how you feel.
Well, I was so excited about that last presentation because honestly, it made me realize that. So I've been exploring this concept. The God of the Bible was the scariest God I've ever seen. And it wasn't a God I would ever want to be with. And the whole premise was control, humiliate. And anyway, so he brought it out into the light in such a good way. And I just can't wait to hear more of him. And we're going to let Phyllis come back on.
And we have a few interviews with Paul on our channel. He's all over our YouTube and other channels. So do check it out and go deeper into his work.
Yeah, it's easy to feel resonance.
Yeah, exactly. So, okay, let's move on, guys. We have two more presenters, and we have our panel for the day. And I'm so excited to be introducing Vox Angelis here, who facilitates the path of undoing using energy, frequency, and vibration. Her ability to create multidimensional pathways and access points allows those who choose to let go and desire to move forward to access their true divine and infinite nature from within. When people hear Phyllis speak and sing in the angelic Adamic language of light, the ancient codes and frequencies that flow through her in an embodied state are translated and assimilated on an energetic, cellular, and DNA level to undo the web woven of our inner narratives, stories, and beliefs that are not aligned with our spiritual nature, truth, path, and purpose. Surrounded by angels since she was a little girl, Phyllis has always experienced them as guides, teachers, and protectors. She sings, speaks, writes, and transmits the frequency-encoded language of the Elohim into sound, energy, and etheric constructs that she is then capable of shifting into physical manifestation. And Phyllis and I are actual real-life friends, and she taught me yoga moves at our yoga class and all types of things. We've been working together and been friends for quite some time. And she's one of the most sincere, authentic people I've met, really lives what she does and has such a beautiful angelic voice. I'm just so happy I haven't seen her like face to face in quite some time. So it's so good to see you, Phyllis.
It's so good to be here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, but maybe you can turn it up a little bit.
Is that better?
Yeah, much better. Hi.
Hi, it's so good to see you. I was sitting, I don't know why, I was kind of laughing because you were talking about the Elohim.
And I know, right?
Because I'm a direct conduit for the consciousness of the Elohim.
Right. I was thinking the exact same thing. And I saw your name in the room and I was like, I wonder what Phyllis is thinking right now.
Well, it's interesting because I too was asking, and I will state this, I was asking the Elohim, who are you? What are you? Because when you look at the word Elohim out there, there are so many different definitions, depending on where you're coming from. And they informed me that they work directly with God as the angelic messengers and the architects of worlds.
Mm-hmm.
And so they are the architects, and as God is the energetic aspect or the sound, the creation
Right.
aspect or the
Yeah, because there's also a whole entire narrative of the founder race of the Elohim that came out of the central sun, and then went into different solar systems, creating civilization. So these terms are so much broader than just one thing, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
So actually, could you turn up a little more and then go ahead and take it away?
is that better? Because I've
Yeah,
got
there we go. Perfect.
it all the way up. Okay.
Okay, ready to go?
I am. I
All
did
right.
want to ask because we are getting a late start. So when do
You
I
have the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah. I love you so much. It's so really good to see you, Phyllis.
It's so good to see you. So quarter after
Okay.
5, I need to be.
All right, do it.
Okay. All right, dear one.
Someone's asking for more volume, so maybe just a little more.
Let me check here one thing.
You could go to the microphone button and the arrow right next to it and zoom and increase the volume there. So bottom left microphone, arrow right next to it, audio settings.
I clicked on it, and what it's doing, audio. So thank you. I was missing that. I think. It's all the way up to the top.
Okay, I think it's good. How's it for you guys? Everything good in the room?
Is everyone good?
Yeah, let's roll with it.
Alrighty. Put that down, get rid of that. Okay. So let me connect with the Elohim. Yesu ud kasutre se beke tutra makayiro sutra se okare kutina masutra. Yes. Get you. sunkayon matrum matjerikayon masjerikayon tu sutrim erikayon no sutririyon no tre amma satre suyan matreyon 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 mutu yam Kuyem indistir kinderi mon kuyerem stondra Kiri undu yere singirang mun Hangeri bitru yere sirium Gangere putrama kayeng de putrama poyeringe utrui ammenuit Ngiri mintindreria amboye sutram Karabinde sutre giteriam hundure Hungarian sundra mundra Giribindu sua Andaria kian Beribudundirea Bandiziereun Hanbugiriam Sutriane Henderinguyan Henderianguyan Giringi sutram Neriam No soy capatrama, endere sutrepiri, unduia motrasaye, endere sutromo pa, mutreriam, kutusu. Hungirium mumjanya, utrere mingiriamu, hungere mutreya, Mui. Gerizunguya, terit, kayamotroit, sungeriamo, handerigeriamo, suyeramo, hangerindirio, trumberianga, oriere singero, truya, shingeri mungera, turimingeram, hangeri sutram, Hungary sundram, mangeri min duyere sutram, Hungary mingayere sutram, keriam mutuicham, Hungary siri puya mondra itre ingeru erembori sutram Hungary sirecho Hungary sutram erikireri Hungary sugi mondra Hungary sute mondra kushire sakiamo bukiru sha njeri supoe matra Eri pikreri hunderi mo putram Hange sutra Hingeri mimino true Hingeru drambo Eri sutra maya Hangeri sutra maya Mengre sureri hinga Hande suire ama Hange surire ma koinderi ingiri Ori Andrei Sutram, Hungary Sutram, Hungary Sutro, Mera, Hunga, Cha, Hunga, Cha, Mirikire mundu ean, andu tere kiriamo, soyamandre ham, amboi, sare kuyo no truima, kirisure no trutramania, angeri sutramayam, ungeriam. Heri sudregen mandere singere mundrosa andere singere mundrere umbioso ungere siriere ungere motresa ungere siriere ungere motresa ungoro motraia ungoro montraia ungoro motrisere ungoro motromberi angere sera mungondra angere sera mundronga angere biri suya motruya hingeya direka uya posso ciere ma baba kecha atu ciere kasu o trasapere mere kisu nimero kutru su kire ma partire plierian ku ciere pu tariere to kuchu the Pleiadians wish to come in. Hangaria surere bicundra, Hangaria sirere pundre, Kirijumo hundre inge, Handore sutro marie, Hangari sutre mone, Ingeru suyono mondra maie, Inge suramore motra sirie, Hangare sutra, Hangare sutra kero, Hangare sutra, Hangare sutra kero, Hangare biriere simba, Hangare ririra sutram, Hangare miringendra sutrei, Hamakuya mondra sirie, Hangare sutra mandre, Hangare sutra, Inge utre imbabruja, Hangare sutram Miriam, Hangare sutram Miriam, Kiri sutram hen, Kiri sutram hen, Kiri suya tashatere, Hunge, Kiri bijuya madre singa, Kasarere miminkuira mahunga, Hungary sire makunga, Guftia Pleiadians, Gucha area. The Pleiadians wish to come in. Again. Tuisha. It gets a good Saturday, it can move to the capucha. Satir can be good here. Thank you. Capire. Kirisikerana matiamo tirikoyamo tirisitram niriru to suririkitram nirisuya tirisuya mutram hangarareno Iri sutram, Gicire pe cui mo utra sa ye kiremo utra suka ya pasire kem ye ika ya tu su mo trekin he kuya mo tu su ye matra stere ma kuram he gicirem akutu o erese pikiramo u supakiramo u papa. My dragon wishes to come in. Her name is Oma of the Firelight, the White Firelight tribe. So I will allow her in. Kuchoro mondrari chigeri mondoya Hero tuye na matronda shirea Kukuye matu shoka tere mama urera shirem Kungu trashera mondrama Kingige ruera sungu Hachande inge chuhu ucheramo I am real. I come from another dimension. I look as you understand me to look. The pictures of dragons is very close to what I resemble. We are here to assist humanity to further in their process of ascension. We are loving. I love this one through whom I speak. My hater, me sono he, my hater, me soda trem, angera, me ucheram, angera mucheram, angara sapudira, we are different than serpents. Uchara, there is no reason to fear us. We may look formidable. But we are not. I leave you in peace. Sadium Aum Kirisuya Matrusire Ndera Kun Tata Shere Ke Pishu Amutrui Mbegire Sapu Kushum Nashere Ka Utram Esutram Tikere. Thank you. Takawiya Wasuyera Musatye. We are complete.
Phyllis, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Speechless. Thank you so much, Phyllis, for that amazing download. It was like the song of home, you know?
In the language of home.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. My soul felt like you fluttered it up, like you were calling it, and then it got soothed out.
Beautiful.
Take a moment here, huh?
Did you want me to take any questions or anything? Or
Yeah, I mean, if there's a question or two, we can go ahead and ask them here. But definitely tell people where they can find more about you.
my website actually is the best place. It's just my name. It's just Phyllis Douglas with 2 S's .com.
PhyllisDouglas.com.
Douglas.
Awesome.
Well, it's here. I'll type it in there.
Have you started doing live events again?
I have. Yes.
Okay, cool.
I'll type the correct spelling.
Alan, what do you think?
I think that is the closest thing I've heard to light language opera, which
Yes, what a good way to describe it. Light language
it's a
opera.
whole genre unto itself. I mean, this is Phyllis. You've discovered, created, manifested something
So
original
epic.
there and beautiful.
Very
And
epic.
do you still teach yoga classes or any classes like that, Phyllis?
I'm going to be starting yoga classes, but I do online performances, and I'll have some workshops and things coming up online.
Okay, cool.
As well.
Yeah, if you ever get an opportunity to go to one of the classes, the stretch classes, Phyllis actually ends the class with a circle where she basically channels the frequencies, and we all huddle together and we just receive the vibration too. It's really next level.
Where are you located, Phyllis?
I'm located in Laverne, California. I'm in Southern California. I'm about 35 minutes east of Pasadena.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah, and Phyllis was actually at our 2019 conference, and we're doing another one, Phyllis, April 2023 in San Diego. If you can make it.
I can make it.
I'll send you all the info for it. But yeah, you should definitely be there. I'm feeling next time I want you to end the event, because there was like a mic drop moment right there. Seriously, it's like there's nothing to be said after that.
Yeah.
Right. That's when you leave and you just hug
Right.
everyone in stunned
Seriously,
heaven.
just integrated everything that we experienced over the last few days has just been like fully integrated through the sound.
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you.
So any final thoughts, Phyllis, before we move on to our next presenter?
Oh, thank you so much for inviting me to participate, and wonderful energy, and it's been a blessing for me to do so.
Well, Bridget Holiday says, still radiating. I understand the hand language with the singing. Deeply grateful for you, Phyllis, and all those who participated in that transmission. That's Bridget again.
Here's one question for you, Phyllis. How did your talent of singing and channeling evolve? What beings did you feel coming through you today?
Well, short and sweet. I'm committed. I've committed and surrendered myself to work with directly with the Elohim. So it's angels, but it's a number of other things that are allowed in that have a positive message or healing or what have you. But we did the Pleiadians, so it was the Elohim, the angels, and it was the Pleiadians came in, and then my dragon friend Oma.
Omar?
OMA.
Oh, that's your dragon friend. Great. Which part was the dragon? I don't know if I recognized it. Which?
The deep gravelly voice towards the end.
I think you came in right during that part.
Right.
Phyllis,
Yeah.
thank you so much. I love you.
Thank
You're
you,
so
darling.
amazing. And we'll be in touch soon.
Alrighty. Bye.
Hey, bye, Phyllis. Thank you.
Wow, that was heavenly.
I wonder if Mary heard some of that. Mary,
He was here.
unmute.
Unmute, love.
One more unmute, Mary. One more.
I'll do that. There you go. So absolutely fascinating to hear the different frequencies from the various intelligences, and some of them I recognized, some of them I didn't. But what was interesting with Phyllis bringing in the dragon energy, because I'm going to just mention that in the presentation that I'm going to put up for you very shortly. So that was very interesting. So amazing.
How synchronistic. You been
Seriously.
prepared for the dragon energy here.
And Paul was talking about dragons too, so it's a theme for the last few hours.
And then we had the serpentine energy from the Kundalini energy with Val.
Wow.
Oh,
So
it's
actually
been-
we've been, oh
Hey,
my goodness,
what a
look
trip,
what
huh?
we're doing.
Yes. I'm feeling a bit dragon-like myself, but no, it's okay. But Mary,
The white dragon.
yes, whatever. But it's great to see you again. I'm going to call you or reach out to you to do a special series that I want to create specifically for your work, Starseeds, and the awakening of the Starseed consciousness. And just saying, there's some people of having a little problem with their Starseed incarnations. Have you heard about that? Some people are saying they're not going along with the Starseed or the hybrid agenda. Have you heard anything along those lines?
Only very briefly, nothing that's particularly significant at the moment, but that may be that they're just struggling with the frequency they're dealing with now.
So. I think so. Well, it's great to see. Well, that's the sort of show I want to do with you. Like, how are people struggling and what do they need to come through? But today, I mean, you're always doing a fantastic, original, different presentation. What's the topic of the presentation today?
It's intergenerational contact. It's focusing particularly on one family, although I am going to bring in just an extra little story from a lady in Chile. But mostly it's about this particular family, the Dillons in Australia. And what's fascinating, it brings in past lives, but it also brings in the concept of oversouls. So we're going down the rabbit hole once again.
Well, no, that's good because in a way, Grant Cameron, did you hear his lecture here about this all consciousness? And in a sense, the oversoul is what I interpret is what's directing the bigger picture here. And so we'll, because you're on the panels together, we'll talk a little bit about that as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, she's not Mary Roswell, as some people call you. She's Mary Rodwell, who's known as the Alien Lady. And I actually heard your son did a kind of interesting movie about you as the Alien Lady. Was that a couple years ago?
Yeah, you know, I did a documentary called My Mum Talks to Aliens in 2010. Right. And he was the scientist and skeptic that was doing his best to interview his mum and get some sort of sanity out of her. I think that'll be a job.
But it is so great how cutting edge you are and how important you are to bringing your research into this field. I tell everyone who wants to know about this just to read the chapter that you wrote in my book, which thank you again for that. And okay, are you going to share a screen with some PowerPoint?
I am. Here we go.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mary Rodwell, who's really an innovator in the hybrid understanding and starseeds and why these beings are here at this time. Okay.
Right. Well, thank you, Alan, so much again for all your support. And it's fascinating at the moment that you've written such a brilliant book about contact. what is very important here is that we're constantly being challenged to expand our understanding of reality, our multidimensional nature. So what I'm talking about primarily today is intergenerational contact, a family's particular contact with non-human intelligences, past life connections through the oversoul. And do other life forms on this planet have souls that communicate after death, which is an extra little bit to qualify the children's understanding of their communication with these with animals, plants, etc. So what did Einstein say about time? He said, people like us who believe in physics know that the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Time, in other words, is an illusion. Many physicists since have shared this view that true reality is timeless. And that's really important because so many of those that are having contact are told that time is just linear, that in fact there is no such thing as time as such. Whitley Strieber, some will know, was one of the very first to come out with his experiences, talked about his understanding of time through The Secret School that he wrote many years ago. And he said, remembering the journey outside of time was another step. 9 lessons involved in the manipulation of time, because learning how to use time as a tool is the key to reaching higher consciousness and a real relationship with the beings. Peter Smith, a wonderful gentleman, friend and colleague, has done a great deal of work in taking people in between lives. Started out with Dr. Michael Newton that spoke about the soul grouping, the monads, and continued from that. It was the Newton Institute that was created, and Peter Smith at one time was in fact the main person to go to. What was interesting with his work is that he's now the founder of the Institute for Quantum Consciousness. So he's gone beyond that. And what was started out as the Newton Institute, Life Between Lives with Dr. Michael Newton. And he said it's changed as we've explored that way of working. And he says now that he feels more incarnations have cosmic heritage and are more advanced to help with the shift. The main trends coming through the Newton Institute were the traditional Life Between Lives guide, counsel, soul group are falling away, and the clients no longer need the structure. More souls have cosmic heritage than ever before. They incarnate here deliberately to help with the shift. Life purpose has moved from the individual to a collective shared purpose to serve humanity. It's a shift from me to we. It could be a layer of the superconscious between soul groups and source. We've sometimes seen project groups together for a specific reason, and I've spoken about this before. More a team approach than just a soul group dynamic. They remain members of both groups and overlap. All 3 themes echo the planet is filling with more advanced souls, often with galactic heritage. It's like they're incarnating to be the boots on the ground for advanced benevolent races. And the reason I've put that in is because I'm leading you to a story of a family that connects to their oversoul. The definition, and I've put 2 here, is absolute reality and the base of all existence, conceived as a spiritual being in which the ideal nature is imperfectly manifested in human beings, is perfectly realized. That's one definition. Another, the higher level of soul you share with others in a soul family is your oversoul. You are both in a soul family, and this is your oversoul. You are both an individual soul, and you are part of an oversoul. Just for those that may have not come across this concept before. So what am I going to present of this family? First of all, the oversoul and what it suggests in terms of our spiritual understanding. The links to a family past life in Egypt, and particular Nefertiti. Elsa and her husband are both professional photographers. Elsa shares her experiences of those of her children, all experiencing contact. The short videos edited by Elsa from an initial 3.5-hour session I initially had with her. Elsa shared her experiences, demonstrating how it affected her perceptions and understanding of herself. Elsa's particular connection to Nefertiti. A significant sighting she had totally changed her, and she queried for a time as if she was possessed. Family sightings of spacecraft, their personal encounters with non-human intelligences, the children's experiences as they explain the drawings of non-human intelligences they interact and communicate with. Over 500 have been drawn to date. Communication not only with the non-human intelligences, but with animals, waves, and many other species. A veterinary surgeon also shares her story briefly. So for those that want to see this on the internet, you'll be able to see all of the 8 episodes with Elsa, but also of her children. And many thanks to Elsa for putting together all the interviews that I did with her children. She's done a sterling job, and certainly one I couldn't have done. So hear a little bit from Elsa herself.
Many times checked every family member had made it, and they've only incarnated one other time, which was back then. There's some other kind of soul group that you're part of together. Richard's oversoul, he's part of some council, has called us in. Oversouls are coming in again to the earth. It's an invitation to ground. You've all come to bring in that extra essence or awareness at this time on the planet now. Is that how you understand it? It's like they were waiting for us to get ready. It's that time again. It's too weird that it's happening at 2012, and the whole thing is just too bizarre.
Yeah. The connection is significant.
I've asked the oversouls roles and how they come in, and it's very similar to the personalities of each person in the family. I mean, the way I met Richard, that I was in Sydney painting my apartment, I got up and I cut this cord. It was electrical. Bolted through. I woke up other side of the room on the ground, and I don't know how much time had passed. And there was a huge hole in the scissors. Couldn't stop shaking. And my dog whimpering, licking my face. One of the egresses I've had, Ginger, the electric one, killed me to clean any parasites in me, to zap it out of me in time to meet Richard. And then the next day, that was my first time that I went out with Richard. I had to have a clearing before I met Richard. At the time, I didn't know any of this. It was only in a regress. Whenever I have a regress with other beings that come through or the kids and go back and test it, it always comes up the same answer. You get your answer and move on. It doesn't matter how much someone else they have that. That's their thing. This is our answer. Doesn't matter what history says. And the more we live by this, the more better things happen for us.
With the ET contact, as a family, from the interactions that you've had, some kind of focus?
Any human doubt, they always have just as, how can you be with Richard in this realm and still have doubt? Do you know who you are? Do you know what you're doing? Do you know your agreement? How to open other people's hearts with all this, how to make it work for others.
What Elsa then told me, that what was the most profound and the catalyst for a huge shift in herself and her family was after the sighting of a huge spacecraft in 2015. It changed her so profoundly, she questioned whether in fact she was possessed. She was confused and frightened by it. But it was kinesiology that provided the answer, and the question that was asked was, did you have an outer worldly experience?
This was November 15. It's out in the paddock, and this was very overheard, very time, so it was very dark. I looked at the stars and I was like, wow, this is a really clear night. And then I saw that it it was actually a mirror, and I could see blue veins pulsing through the mirror, and then I realised it was actually my whole perspective. That's how big this craft was. The horses were looking up and twitching their ears and sniffing, from natural horsemanship that the horses aren't running, so they're not threatened. So I felt very safe. From that, there was like a 6-month period of hard times for my family because they said that I was possessed, and they were really concerned for my welfare. And I did tell my husband about what happened in the paddocks, but we kind of just put that down to, it's another craft we're seeing. So we see them all the time, but that was the biggest experience. This possession or whatever got really, really bad. Like I couldn't even talk to Richard or the kids. I found it really difficult to communicate with anyone. I kind of went within. I wasn't depressed or anything. I just couldn't, I didn't have words to say to people. I just didn't know what to say. Yeah, so he said, look, why don't you go and have a kinesiology session? So we went and saw the Byron kinesiologist, who we've seen a few times with the kids.
Hey, Mary, we're not able to understand the sound so well. Did you optimize sound when you can you play that back a little bit, because
Is the sound on your end coming out distorted, Mary?
Oh, is it? Do you want it less?
Yeah,
Sorry.
basically it's like certain notes are hitting and just making it muffled.
when you share the screen, optimize sound. Did you do that?
I've done
Yeah,
it before, but I'm not sure where I need to go for that.
Here, let me close out your share screen, go back to share screen again, and then
And
make
now-
sure you click share sound at the bottom corner.
Yeah, and play it back, because I think she's saying some great things. So if you could play it back,
Hold
just a
on.
little
So
bit.
you want me to close share screen again? Is that
Yeah,
so
right?
with
click share screen, but before you click share, there's a button that says share sound.
on the lower left,
Oh, hold on.
it
Mute.
says optimize sound and picture.
Hold on. So you want me to close down share screen at the moment?
Well, it's already closed down. I took it down. So come back to
Oh,
Zoom.
okay. All right.
And then-
So you want me to go to...
Share it
Start over.
again, but before you share it, click optimize sound and video. You see lower left.
Don't optimize video, because that will distort the whole presentation.
Okay.
So just click share sound.
Is it sure? So audio settings?
No,
Is that
go to
right?
share screen like regular, like you were sharing the screen. Click the green button, share screen.
Okay, hold on. Hold on.
Just how you did it in the beginning.
All right, hold on. Okay, I've got to that.
And
Now
then
what do
it says share sound at the bottom. Do you see that at the bottom left?
share sound. I've got mute.
No, before that, you see. Let me see. It
Oh,
says
I
share-
see.
Yeah, that's what you have to click. Yes.
Oh, hold on. Share sound. Is that
Yeah.
it?
Yep.
Yes.
And then go ahead and share it.
And play it back just a little bit, because we missed some of what she was saying.
Okay. Play it back.
I think you've been
Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, around there. Yeah. Oh, that.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So about
out in
here.
the paddock.
Yeah,
and
try that.
Yeah.
I
You can turn the
was
volume up a
middle
bit
of the
now.
herd, new moon time, so it was very dark. I looked at the stars and I was like, wow, this is a really clear night.
A little louder, maybe.
And then I
Too.
saw that
That's as much as I
it
can
was
do
actually
on
a mirror.
my computer.
Okay, that's
And I
fine.
could see blue veins pulsing through the mirror, and then I realized it was actually my whole perspective. That's how big this craft was. The horses were looking up and twitching their ears and sniffing, from natural horsemanship that the horses aren't running, so they're not threatened. So I felt very safe. From that, there was like a 6-month period of hard times for my family, because they said that I was possessed, and they were really concerned for my welfare. And I did tell my husband about what happened in the paddocks, but we kind of just put that down to, it's another craft we're seeing, because we see them all the time, but that was the biggest experience. This possession or whatever got really, really bad. Like I couldn't even talk to Richard or the kids. I found it really difficult to communicate with anyone. I kind of went within. I wasn't depressed or anything. I just couldn't, I didn't know, have words to say to people. I just didn't know what to say. Anyway, so he said, look, why don't you go and have a kinesiology session? So we went and saw the Byron kinesiologist, who we've seen a few times with the kids and stuff. And we went and saw him. I'm having a session with the lady, and she went through absolutely everything. Hydration, kids. She said, you're just a clean slate. Done all the work. She said, I'm just going to try one last thing. I haven't done this with anyone before. I'll just try one last thing. And she asked if it was an outer worlder experience. And instantly, November, that date came up. She started to shake. She was holding my arm, and I could feel her whole body, just like an electric shock going through her. And she said, I'm going to have to go and talk to the schoolmaster, because this is, I don't know what, I freaked out and left the room. You've had an ET experience. I think they might have taken you. You've been gone for 10 years human time, but you were here, you were only gone for like a couple of minutes. I actually felt relieved, because I thought, oh, I'm not possessed. And I got in the car, and Richard looked at me and I went, babe, you're never going to believe that day, November 2015. He said, what happened? That's what happened. And told the kids, yeah, the ET sounds more realistic.
So now I'm going to take you to the children themselves as I continue Elsa's story. But to give you some idea of them, they all surf, they ride horses, they cook, they bake, they do pottery, they're geologists, they are into astronomy, fishing, gardening, and looking at remedies for healing. So they're all great all-rounders. They also make ENF, orgones, clearings from negative energies, grounding, scrying, channeling, meditate and yoga, and train horses. So as you can see, they're a very talented, bunch of children. And their stories, again, reflect that. So the questions that I asked the Dylan children are these. Were you aware at what age did you interact with other worldly beings? How did they understand themselves as human or another intelligence incarnating as human? Were they aware of lives where they were not human? If so, what form? Can they draw that form? How did they experience the communication contact with these intelligences? Were they aware of certain multidimensional abilities? If so, what are these abilities? Did they have a sense of mission or purpose on this planet? If so, what was it? Did they experience being taken on a craft, planets or realms? If so, what do they feel about the purpose of those experiences? So we start off with the youngest child, this beautiful, but I will start off with Elsa talking about this.
The following year, I had this burning desire to meet up with our astrologer in Sydney, and I couldn't get hold of her at all. But she was also a psychic, didn't really know much about psychics. You're around a lot of spiritual grounds, ET contact. There's not one, it's multiple. She asked me to join her psychic classes, go on to my first Zoom, and as soon as I started doing it, it was like second nature. It was like I had been doing it all my life. So I can be looking at someone if they've got beings around them or ancient ones leak out of the body somehow, and I can communicate with them while I'm talking to them. So I could be talking to you, and then a being will come out and talk with me. Because it was the UK, it was 5 a.m. and Gigi came in, second eldest daughter, who's 17. I was looking at a being, and so many beings around her, and instantly she started saying, yes, they're these people, they're At-onement. And she just walked out, like her hair was all a mess. She scratched her head and walked off. And I was like, that was strange. Anyway, I walked out into the kitchen, and she's out there drawing, and that was October 2020. And ever since then, it has been a snowball of just the kids. They're just drawing all the beings. Started off orbs and ghosts, a lot of ghosts, and a lot of clearing ancient ones on the land and the land around us. lost souls come through, which a lot of the stuff I would not know what I was talking about, so I have to go and research it before I'd explain it to the kids. Jeannie, our youngest, who's now 8 or 9, she'll be walking through shopping centres and she can see black men in suits. They take their faces off and put them back on, and she'll draw them. The kids, I feel very comfortable. I'm not scared with them around these beings.
So we're now going to start off with Jeannie, the youngest, that Elsa mentions. These are some of the beings that Jeannie has drawn. I think they're amazing, but what they also identify is the script that she's coming out with as well. What you see to the left of the screen is how that's being translated by Elsa, that she's got, she's put in certain connections that she's seen with her daughter, and how she understands her daughter's connection. I'm going to now take you to the interview that I had with Jeannie, and to give you a bit of an idea of her. They're only brief little interviews, just to give you a sense of how they respond.
Hello, Mary. My name's Jeannie. I'm the youngest.
How old are you, Jeannie?
I'm 9.
What age were you when you were aware you were having these kinds of contact with these different beings?
It was when I was 4 years old.
How did you experience it? What was it like?
I would just walk somewhere and they'll just be sitting on my shoulder walking with me.
So you saw them, but a feeling or a knowing that somebody was there?
Like I would see them and then they would like disappear a bit.
So you would actually physically see them. What kind of things did they say to you?
They would want us to do something for them, be friends with me.
How did you feel about them? Did you talk about it? Did you keep it to yourself?
Sometimes I would tell it to Elsa and Richard, and sometimes I would keep it to myself.
Did you ever remember anything from other places or other times?
Really? Like days that you...
Yeah? And how many do you now see or communicate with?
Yeah, a lot.
When you say a lot, what do you mean by a lot? Do you mean 10, 20, 40? Do any have a special message?
Or like to help him, or
ever get you to draw anything unusual? Writing?
One I've been drawing in Arabic, different kind of words.
And do you understand those words?
Yeah, they're easy.
Are you aware of kind of ability that you may have that others don't have? Do you see things like energy, or do you see orbs of light?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you always see the beings with your physical eyes or in your mind's eye?
My eyes, physical eyes. I see so many more than my sisters and brothers.
Of going on any spacecraft or going to other planets, feel that that's happened to you?
I've been on a spacecraft before.
Yeah. What you're doing is really helping so many others like yourself. Yeah. There's something wrong with them and they shouldn't talk about it, that they're okay. So thank you, Jeannie, so much for that. I think Elsa's done a wonderful job of encapsulating the stories of each of the children. Obviously, there was more to each one of the interviews, but given the time limits that I have, this is as much as we can show you, but at least it gives you a sense of each child, which I think is really significant and really important. So she's talking about 4 years old when it all started for her, that they ask her to do things for them. She sees a lot of them. She writes scripts, some of it in Arabic, and she sees them with her physical eyes, and she's been on the craft. So now we're getting to the next youngest or oldest, I think, Gidget, who's 11 years old. These are some of the images that Gidget's drawn. She's a geologist. She has a passion for that. She speaks and reads Arabic, which is self-taught. She makes sculptures in the sand. She surfs. And she also sees many different types of beings, as you see there. So I'm going to now do her interview for you.
Hi, Mary. I am the 7th child in the family.
And how old are you, Gidget?
11.
That you were interacting with some of these beings. What age was that?
4. Sitting near a tree, a little fairy came near me. Then a little honey eater, little bird, it started singing its song. The fairy and the bird flew away, and it meant like a message. It said, "Look at me and draw me." Like you can go and hear the animals talking. Horses come up the hill and they'll rush by you, telling you to speak Egyptian. wedge tail, the eagles telling me, go down the creek, there's a message.
The animals and the birds actually talk to you, and you understand how they communicate with you?
Yeah, definitely. The frogs start cricketing for a reason. They want water.
Or do you feel that's with all nature communicating?
All nature, definitely.
How did you start to see any of the other ones here? Did you see them with your physical eyes?
I know, yeah. Talk to me in different languages, sometimes in Egyptian.
Any other language?
I don't even know the language. It's like being language, really hard to hear, but hear it really deeply, you'll hear it. They sing it underwater, blowing bubbles. They'll come by really close and you'll be like, fright for you? Oh, it's a siren, I've got to draw you. Helping the creek, like there's a dam that's unbroken.
So they're giving you the message to help the planet.
Yeah.
You ever had a sense past life?
I get a feeling that I've been here already.
What about like other planets?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like I'm going through a realm and then I go through like another planet, sometimes just floating in galaxies.
So you go out into the galaxies?
Yeah. Being Lura, and then there's a pixie named Scribbit, and she'll come near you, blow bubbles near your ear, and it whispers to you what they need.
Any other abilities that you may experience that others don't seem to have?
Up to the stars, and you don't see any shooting. You can come out now, you don't have to be afraid of me, and like a big meteorite or something might come through.
Have the experience of being a spacecraft?
Being will go bring you through different planets and teach you about it. Look like the pixies, sometimes spider being has 3 brains.
And how do you feel about the beings that you meet?
Like I already know them. I think there's only like 2 on the ship, then when you open up your eyes, there's like 100.
Wow.
And then I'll draw it and I'll show Mum.
Thank you for agreeing to share what your experiences are. So to clarify, she's the 7th child in the family. She started seeing these beings at 4 years old. The animals communicate with her and talk in different languages. Some to help with the environment. These are messages that she's been given. She's been on Earth before, she said, and she goes out into the galaxies to learn about other planets, which of course is what we're hearing more and more from these children. So now I've got to share a little bit about Jerry, who's 12. On the left there is some of the information that Elsa's put together, which is how she now interprets Jerry's awareness and her links to the Oversoul. You can see an amazing array of beings that she's drawing as well. And what's fascinating is the understanding, the deep understanding the whole family has of their soul connection with each other. So here is the interview.
I'm Jerry. I'm 12 years old, the youngest.
Thank you, Jerry. Form of communication, these otherworldly beings. Do you remember what age?
5.
Did you see them physically or did you see them in your mind's eye?
Saw it like it was in a tree. You could see a goblin face. You see it and then it just disappears. When you see something at an angle, you see it. When you move, you see it's not there. You're at that angle.
It's like an image on an overlay of a tree or something like that, was it?
Yeah, it's like that.
Is it still like that? Or do you see them in a more solid form now?
Well, they're all different. You can see them at nighttime with stars above us. You can see some in the sky. In the water, you can see like sirens.
Or abilities, find yourself being different?
I know what animals hear them thinking, the way the trees are feeling, that it could be a crystal. I can see that it has feelings.
There's an intelligence in that rock others don't see. Do you sense it as a feeling or a knowing?
Yeah, it's a feeling.
And how many of them do you see in terms of different kinds of beings? Do you know how many that have been interacting with you?
I think I've lost count.
Oh, that's okay. When they're communicating, how do they do that?
I see them in the corner of your eye and then they give you energy, like put something there, put something here, and that's the message. It's like puzzling, it's like a task. His name is Sia. One from the other realm. He's a servant. Next to our bedroom window, he dropped a box, but then it disappeared. It's a message that I can communicate with them now.
Thank you, Jerry. You people are going to really appreciate what you've shared, especially the kids. So 5 years old, she started seeing the beings. She now says too many to count. They show themselves in different ways. She knows what animals hear and what and what she is thinking, and she gets tasks they ask of her. So now we get to Ginger, 14 years old, and Elsa calls her the electrical one. And that you'll understand when you hear a little bit more of her story. She gets direct 3D communications with the beings. Sometimes messages come across wary of her electrical energy. So she's got a specific energy field that is very electrical, and she'll describe that to you. She doesn't draw the beings like the other girls. These were a couple from 3 or 4 years ago. So I'll give you some idea of how she interacts in her particular energy field with the beings.
I'm Ginger, 14. One of the first ones I remember, walked down to the office, teddy bear, and remember being up there and looking at the stars.
How old were you?
3. I could just feel something coming out there.
Were these just stars?
Like spacecrafts or clouds come over them. It's like shapes. Electrocuted pregnant like 8 times. Born in an electrical storm and big rainbows, electric lightning, like whole electric fences and light bulbs to be changed all the time. I share a room with Gigi, and they'll just come through the curtain, and they feel more comfortable with another one instead of just me. At night, we'll be dreaming and we'll have the same dream, so we'll connect. Be someone or a message that pops up in there. Each sibling is different. More can come in because they feel protected. Even with animals, a dolphin will swim by and gives us a message.
So just to clarify, unique connection to any form of electrical energy. The way you experience information is when you connect to one of the family animal or object, and then you will get a visual. Is that how it comes?
Yes.
These electrical beings, you get a sense of familiarity.
They might come in and startle me. If we're in the kitchen, I'd go past the oven, zap me, or I touch the fridge or something, kettle, or they might go on to Elsa and they keep zapping her until they've got me the message.
Thank you, Ginger, for sharing so well that very unusual side to your experiences. What, of course, this is showing us is the many ways these intelligences are communicating with us, and much depends on, it seems, our electrical field and perhaps our soul heritage and where we initially came from in the cosmos. Now I'm going to mention Gigi, who's 17 years old and has drawn several hundred of the beings. And what's fascinating again is, as you can see, there's light language there. So we've got the symbols as well, which is very much part of the understanding we have of the communication. So we've got, you know, the downloads of light language with the beings themselves, and of course, with many, it's coming in a vocal form as well. What we understand here again is her connection not only to her sisters, but also to her mother and the Egyptian connection. I'm going to now let you hear Gigi's story, and there's a little bit extra I want to say about that.
Hi, Mary.
How are you, Gigi? So you're 17.
Yeah.
When were you aware that you were having a form of communication or contact?
2, 3, I would wake up in the night and start screaming. There was an older lady in the room, like a ghost. Lots of astral traveling. Wake up outside 4 in the morning and I feel like I'd be floating. I don't even know how I got out here. Spaceships are more extraterrestrial. Like, it happens more when I'm 15. Blue light took up so much of the sky, saying, don't worry, it's just here to show and present itself.
Did you feel that they were telling you why they were visiting?
You're on the right track. This is what you're supposed to be doing. A lot of the messages I get when I'm asleep, one of them touched me on my stomach. I wake up with a hit mark. The messages in the dream, they would tell me something, a number, a word, or a smell, a color, and that will help me with a painting.
Do you ever consciously have communication?
Yes, all the time. They're like non-stop painting. They will say the star names, help with healing or a better way to be, or Navia, meaning a role to share knowledge, an oversoul, friend, or live an inner earth has a construct of a range according to a pattern or an organization.
She's got the most amazing energy.
it's their way of speaking or if it's a frequency through the way how I draw.
Do you get the message in that symbol or that light language?
I'll show you. Frequencies coming down human resonance. It's like a pulse coming through all the energy that they bring in. They're telling their story through it.
You'll get the language and some you don't.
Telepathic, they'll message through me. I feel like a lot of them are hovering over my shoulder.
How many beings do you know you've drawn?
So many coming through. All of them I feel connected to. Like I've already known them. I've connected from now. Already incarnated here before with us. Some of them I've known on missions or something. Communicating with all these beings. There's such a large amount, thousands. I feel that's my role, talk to other people around the world. It goes a little bit serious when they talk about extraterrestrials. Beautiful and intelligent. There's pure light or energy.
To see the art that's coming through with the frequencies is just amazing. And I'm so appreciative, and I know a lot of other people are going to be as well. There's a little bit more to Gigi's story that I will mention to you. But first of all, it was 2 or 3 years old when she became aware and wake up and see things in the room, like this old lady that appeared to be a ghost. She talks about astral traveling. At 15, many sightings of spacecraft, messages when asleep and waking up with marks on her stomach after the experience, conscious communication about healing and a better way to be. Communication through a frequency wave drawn or a pulse. The beings tell the story through this, and drawn many. But what was interesting also was that when I first spoke to Elsa, as I was speaking to Elsa in this over 3 hour interview, Gigi came in and she immediately saw this being behind me. And this is what you're seeing here. And her name, she says, is Nivea. I asked more about her later because I was interested that Gigi had seen this being behind me. And what's interesting about the drawing was that Gigi collapsed and seen that the download was too strong for her 3D mind. She had to turn off. She stated she felt safe. She said she was in some greeting or ceremony with higher level beings, and there were many of them. When she returned to consciousness and opened her eyes, she began channeling this being with a connection to myself. She said her name was Nivea, or she's not sure whether it's mine. She resides in the Inner Earth Society, though that's not her native origins. This being states Mary or her oversoul goes there regularly, and that she is a 12-dimensional being. So what's fascinating again is this connection that we all have with one another. And this, to me, demonstrates this connection. And it was this being that initially Gigi saw when I talked to her with her mother in the very first time we spoke together. So we'll go back now to Elsa and her connections to Egypt with many of the family. And she said that Elsa says that her father was born in Egypt, and said that other beings created the pyramids. So let's hear some more from Elsa now.
My father was born in Egypt. He told me always that other beings had created the pyramids. So I had an understanding of ETs and things, but it never really was in my life. I have had a lot of ghost experiences, especially with mirrors. Actual ghost things happen to. For years, my husband and I, we practice feng shui. We're very healthy. And with the children coming into my body, did a lot of kinesiology, cranial osteopath, acupuncture on the, and we didn't immunize. I wanted the kids to come in as clean skins. The kids never have really been to a doctor ever. And the other thing they don't have is toys. They just don't have toys. They have real things. They don't watch commercial TV. So they have no concept on programs. And everyone used to think we were weird, but they all commented on how pleasant our kids were to be around. So financial crisis hit, we came up here. And then some really weird stuff started to happen. People started calling us ET. About what's so different about you people? And just went out in the street, people would come up to us and just grab our hand. And we kept having electrical shortages. And I just said, it's like someone's trying to tell us something. Now, daughter and son radiation poisoning from the power meter box in the little farmhouse. It was Valentine's Day. The electrical meter box blew up and the house caught on fire. We ended up working out that our children were becoming ill because of this meter box. So that's how we learned our EMF. That was before any towers were up. That night, I researched about electrical energy and EMF. I came across how angels, ETs, connect through electricity and water. Huge whale dreams where I would wake up on the beach with eye contact with a whale, like our eyes this far apart. And I just knew that there was something huge about to happen. I was in the mirror doing my hair. Why do I have black hair? Because I'm blonde. I had a flashback to my childhood, and I remember the only fact that my father kept from Egypt was of a bust of Nefertiti. I remember saying to my mum, "Who is this lady? I know her." It started to hit me. A connection was with Nef, and I feel like she's been communicating with me since I was very young, and now we communicate all the time, and I feel like.
So just to encapsulate what Elsa's saying there, she has a connection because her father was born in Egypt. And apparently he always said that other beings created the pyramids. She's had gross experiences, electrical shortages, and heard that angels connect through electricity and water. Her father actually had a bust of Nefertiti, which is interesting. And she was the queen of the 18th dynasty of ancient Egypt, the great royal wife of the pharaoh Akhenaten. So what's interesting here, and something that I've read on several occasions in other from other sources, and one of them is an interesting story about the connection to Nostradamus that Dolores Cannon talked about, various people connecting to Nostradamus in her books on Nostradamus. It seems again that time is only linear, that we can connect to other intelligences and other aspects of ourselves in other realms. So here Elsa experienced a personal regress to her connection with the Egyptian times and communicates with Nefertiti. She describes the communication and relationship, and we don't know whether that's a parallel realities or soul aspect or joint oversoul or the soul link for communication.
You know, Mary, she actually looks like Nefertiti.
I know.
Repeat of that realm.
I think she probably is, but we haven't gone that far.
Cleopatra, and I just remember it being in the movies. That's all. So I started researching their family tree, history, and then I started getting flashbacks, smells, food, jewelry. I did my own regress. Each time I would regress, our relationship developed. My family didn't really understand what I was going through. So I kept it all inside. But Richard, my husband's like, "Well, how can you prove this?" And I regressed. I used to have mold in my lungs, Toot's tomb, which had mold over the walls. Her and I just wiped the mold off the walls. I came through regress, and the mold had gone from, couldn't feel it in there anymore. And then 24 hours in the news, it came out that there was mold inside Toot's tomb. I said to Richard, "Is this enough?" And he's like, "Maybe I need some more. Do something in the regress, then something would come out in the news," and it just kept going and going. It became so much so to the family that they actually had to start going, "Okay, what's she going on about?"
So it sounds like you've got a parallel reality, only a different timeline.
The synchronicity, it's not just one thing, and for each one to be similar characteristics, and but also the order of the children and the timing of the birth. Maybe one child, maybe two child, but 8. I couldn't have planned this. But whether I am her or not her, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't really matter. The whole thing is it's actually happening, this experience to us. So
that's why I wanted to know from you your sense of what is part of the mandate?
Language and time and space seem to be collapsed. We're telling you we're still present together, parallel, and now we've recognized each other. So she's regressing with me, all right?
Yeah, that's interesting. Of what is part of the mandate for all of you incarnating together for the planet at this time.
If we can share it and then it helps other people through, now that's going somewhere.
Yeah. So we've got a little bit more to the story, which of course encompasses multidimensional timelines. And one of the things I want to touch on here, because it came up at the same time, and it often does synchronously in my work, where the animal communication has come up. And what this is, that it seems to be there is an upgrade of all sentience on this planet. And this is why I think more and more people are talking about their interactions with animals, with plants, and even with crystals and what have you. So let's have a little bit more of the story from Elsa on this.
Animals communicate with us. You don't need Netflix here because it's just happening all the time. So entertaining. When I'm doing grounding work, they've got a white bull and a black bull. I call them yin and yang. I'll finish a clearing and they come up and the bulls will call it in. Jeannie, our youngest, is literally, we believe, like a genie.
She was an entity. Genies aren't human. Witches are human. Genies are not.
She was riding on her Shetland pony. Kingfisher flew into her hand. They're this tiny, the most beautiful blue. They're so fast. I can barely work out what they are when they pass. She opened her hand and she went, "Hello, little one," and then it flew off. Started having bigger encounters, huge whales, where we've been out in the ocean, 2 big ones going past. I just want to see if they'll come any closer. As soon as Richard turned the motor off, I ching-chinged 2 adult whales, did a right angle and torpedoed us. They stayed on the top surface of the water. Quite concerned, which is rare for Richard. Everyone get your life jackets on. I was really scared. Gigi and Ginger were at the front of the boat. The whales were this like far from our fingers.
Oh, look, he has a whale. No, it's his belly, Gigi. Oh, hello, guys. Oh my God, that was so close. Gigi, did you not?
They went right under us. But I've never seen a whale do a right angle. They've told me so many messages about the land, songline. Alignments, and I realized that that was the first encounters.
So to just move briefly to show that so many more now are communicating with animals. And I got this wonderful email from a lady who I connected with a year ago, who's a veterinary surgeon in Chile. And she said, "I have to tell you since our session what's been happening." And she said, "I connect to the souls of animals. In the last year, she began to channel messages from animals to their human families, both those alive and those who've passed. These animals have a close connection to their earth family, and they want to help in the ascension process. I would love to help families," she said. "Can you help?" What's fascinating is that when she did the questionnaire, she said she felt she had a mission or purpose Several missions now she's identified, one working with animals in the spiritual realm and healing. She feels she can visit other places and planets with her consciousness. She has a strong connection to animals, nature, music, and can heal with them and help others to do the same. She's a communicator of the star system. Her voice gives people a special comfort. She reads animals' messages to their human family. I come from a place of feelings and I can communicate with nature easily. My hybrid children have visited me in my dreams. I have small greys around, she said, that take notes from my human experience. I feel people's feelings. That's why it's difficult for me to be around too many of them. I can travel with my emotional body too. So even when I do an online session, I can feel the person and the animal. So this is becoming, as far as I can see, more and more part of what we can expect. As she said, she channels the animals that have passed away, the ones that are here, also that are still present. She connects to the energy of their hearts, and they have a lot to say as they have a condition, if they have condition or disease. In the building where she is now, the owner works with healing. She's seen close to 30 greys, angelical being, and a person's spirit who passed away. Doing this work, she said, heals me, and I know helps people find their way back into their hearts. She has identified that she's a part of the Galactic Council, and she reports and shows the council the human experience from the place of the heart. And this is really what's profound, is more and more are identifying that it's the heart that we operate from. And the heart allows us to connect to everything, that we're all one and are all connected. But let's hear some more in the last few of the presentation of how Elsa is understanding her experiences.
They find crystals. I mean, they come up with these amazing crystals from the creek, and these crystals make EMF organs, which are like little prisms. I got a message from a dragon type being that the hill near us, it needed help. We went and did a clearing. I made my son help me. We went on the quad bike and we planted the organ. I looked up, his ancestors are watching us, Jet. Yeah, Mum, get on the quad. As we just drove in the gate of the house, Jet started swearing. I turned around and I had to lean back. Huge shadow had come over the house. It was a US military plane. I could see the black stallion on the side, but I could hear the little girls in the citrus trees. They made eye contact with the pilot and then they fell out the tree. That's how close it was. On the other side of the house, made eye contact with the passengers. Gigi said, they're not all human on that craft. And she drew them. The synchronicity for me after planting the organ, I started to question, why didn't the neighbours on top of the hill see so close to their house? Why didn't anyone else hear it? Why wasn't there any dust? How come we didn't blow over? We've been at many fashion shoots at an airport and I can never hear someone standing even next to me. And that's with the planes going over much higher. Everything gets blown, but nothing happened like that. That's just one of them. We've had so many things like this. Our neighbours standing here with us watching craft. I don't know if it's a craft. That aircraft don't move like that, circles or up and down or flash at you like that. A few explained it to us. There's many people around the globe where their light shoots out. You're having so many encounters because there's 10 of you because it's really bright for them.
What's also important here that I'll mention in a minute is the location of where they are. which seems to be very significant and may very well be on a particular energy line. And I'll explain that as we finish the presentation. What I see here and what is really important is this message that people now need to start sharing their story. And more, I am inundated with individuals saying they have to write their story, they have to tell their story. There's no time for secrecy any longer, that this is a time of awakening and it's a time of revelation to who and what we are and our connection to these many intelligences that we're part of. So in this final slide, you'll hear that from Elsa herself.
I felt that I had to start speaking up. My gums were receding, my teeth were all going black. You can't keep walking around like that. You look like a skeleton. And so I started doing research on what's this thing to do. It kept saying you have to speak up. The more I would speak to people about happenings that have happened to us or beings, my gums grew back. I heard your voice. I just felt like I knew you. I need to contact you. Last night I went outside and looked at the stars and I feel like people have forgotten how to love. They've forgotten their roots and they've forgotten how their body worked. I didn't really want the family involved, but we all are. One of the hardest things that I was worried that when eldest son got to a certain age, similar to the other realm, so I was living in a lot of fear, and then I let it go. He had contact with beings, wanting to break away from the family, which was strange for us because we're such a close family. He left the house angry and didn't want to talk to us. And we live right in the hills. It's really dark where we live. He had two large beings come up to him, either come with us or you go home. He said they spoke to him in another language, but he understood. I don't think I've ever seen him as white, and all the anger had left his body. Bizarre thing to have these things happen. How do others perceive it? We've kept it a secret all these years. Started to realise that they were going to use this as a tool of manipulation, something within us all. This is not right. People have to stop being scared. Aliens are actually inside us. They're in forms of parasites. You can clean a lot out, but not all of them wrong purposes either. Everything's meant to happen for some reason or another. I've done a lot of talking and all I wanted to do was hear your voice.
Thank you, Elsa, because it's giving me a real sense of the journey that you've had and where you're at. I'd just like to thank Elsa and her family for being so generous with their time and energy, and for Elsa putting all these videos together in such a beautiful way. Certainly it's beyond my capabilities. But one other thing I would like to mention is where Elsa is, where their family is situated, is very close to the Gosford glyphs. And for those of you that know a little bit of Australian history, or may not know, the glyphs are in some rocks in Gosford that are hieroglyphs, and nobody can really explain how Egyptian hieroglyphs are in Gosford in New South Wales. And it does suggest, and Stephen Strong talk about this in their understanding of our true Australian history, that Egyptians actually did come to Australia. And in fact, the gold in Tutankhamun's tomb is supposed to come from Gympie, which is 3 hours south of where I am. But what's fascinating is Elsa's connection to Egypt, and not far from these glyphs that have Egyptian hieroglyphs. The interesting thing is all the connections that one seems to find as soon as one's opening up to this kind of information. And what I really am trying to highlight here is there's such an enormous variety of ways we're experiencing contact. And each one is amazing and significant. And when we start to open up to our true nature and to the true nature of reality, we are certainly going to be in a whole new dimension of understanding and acceptance that we are amazing in what we are and what we will be in the future.
Wow, Mary, what a great investigation you are doing. This is, so the woman had, just to recap, this woman had 8 children and each one was an experiencer.
Yeah, the whole family experiences, yes.
And they're still experiencing it.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And they experience it together.
Some of them, absolutely. Some, they have their own unique connections to different intelligences. As you've seen with Gigi, she's, I think, drawn about 200 and something different beings, and they all have their own way of communicating. It might just be some with a download as well. But what I found was fascinating is the electrical connection to, you know, one of the children as well, is how different that interaction can be.
Do you think it's...
I'm sorry, I just want
No, go ahead, Neil.
Did any of the kids draw the same beings?
I haven't actually asked that question. It's an interesting one, but I can certainly ask Elsa about that. I know she'll be watching this, so she may actually respond. I don't know.
I wonder if she's the one who emailed me about her family a couple of months ago. I never got a chance to respond, but it's brilliant what you've done.
Is it common, Mary, to have a whole family like this? Like, I'm thinking it's like a pod. Like, is that common?
Certainly, the research has indicated that this is often intergenerational, and most patterns it's intergenerational, and there is a connection. I remember the 10-year-old that said he was a blue being that incarnated for the first time as a human. His mother had many lifetimes and he chose her because she'd had many lifetimes and could support him to be human, was the way he said it. So it seems like family groups or soul groups, the monad that we talk, you know, that is talked about, will incarnate in different ways to support each other in their human journey, and particularly now because this has become galactic. So they have, you know, you'll get perhaps, you know, 2 in the family that come from one particular star system. You'll have another 2 from another star system, but coalescing into a unit of frequency that enables them to do what it is that they've come here to do.
Do you think it's because they've lived so pure on the land, because like the Aborigines, they had a lot of star visitation? Was that a big part of their interaction?
I think it was certainly enabling them to be, you know, clear conduits, because of the way that they were avoiding anything that pollutes their energy system, including food, even with, you know, lack of programming, as Elsa talked about, you know, where they don't watch television. They didn't have toys. Everything was allowed their imagination and their connection to the land, their connection to, you know, the animals, etc., was a pure frequency, because it wasn't clouded or colored by all the other media that we have that most children will be connected to. So nobody can say, well, they saw it on a cartoon or they saw it somewhere else or read a book on it. It was all pure experience.
That kind of comes from raising your own vibratory frequency then. I mean, yeah. Purely, like if we had no chemtrails and no chemicals in our food and water, and we were living a pure life, would that give us more ease of contact?
I'm sure it's all about frequency and the purity of the body to translate that frequency. As Elsa said, that this electrocution that she had, which was, you know, is amazing that she survived it, but it cleared her from all parasites and made her a clean slate, so that she was ready to meet her husband the very next day.
Wow. Don't you think this should be a book or a documentary that someone? No, I really do. It's so valuable.
I don't feel I've done it justice in any sense, other than I've only had a short time with Elsa to put it together. The Wands of Elsa were a 3.5 hour time where she just basically downloaded her story to me, and she's used that with the images to help people understand. But since then, she's been working crazily to get the children's stories. The main thing about the children's stories is you get a sense of them and the way that they understand it. But I agree with you, it deserves far more than I'm able to show in an hour's presentation.
But you gave us a taste of something really valuable. Yeah, Neil, what are you saying?
Episodes you created, you just made those yourself, were they like little 10-minute webisodes or something, just showing that, or?
Yeah, Elsa has put them all. She's a professional photographer along with her husband. So basically the interview that I did that was recorded, she then took that and put it together with the images. I mean, some of them she was working till 3 a.m. to do it. She added music, but the music got in the way of the you understanding what was said. But this will all be, she's got them all together on, I think, YouTube now. So there's the links if you want to see their story with the music.
Well, Alan and I are thinking of some documentaries that we're going to create together. Maybe we can team up, Mary, if you have any ideas, and we can come film something for you, either like a documentary of the family or just like even more broader one where they're a part of it, because it's amazing. That information needs to get out to more people.
And plus I said it would visit you, Mary, so.
I love that it's the family. That's fantastic. That just gives so much credibility, and the fact that they have a unified coherence in their home all together. Very exciting, very credible too.
Yeah.
Mind blowing.
Right. Well, you'll continue. I mean, you keep doing lots of presentations online. Are you going to keep developing this theme? I mean, you have a lot. Is this something you want to keep doing, this story?
What I found is so important is to make it real for people. You need to connect to the individuals. It's not just about data and research. It's allowing people to connect to the reality in people's lives that I feel is significant. And that's why I do if I can put someone telling their story or a little bit, you can connect to the integrity and the congruence of that story through the individual that you're seeing. It's all very well for me to stand there and talk about all this stuff, and it's still sort of out there. It's, you know what I mean? But if you can bring the individual that's telling these stories and you can connect to that, there's an added resonance to the person then with the story. And that for me has been significant all along with my presentations. It's not just about the theory or about the patterns and all that's important, but we're talking about people who are interacting with these intelligences, and it's not rare. This is not just an odd person here and there all over the place. We're talking about millions, possibly and more likely billions, that never talk about it. They keep it the secret because it's so different to 3D acceptance of reality that they don't know. Where do you go with it when you connect to all of this from this deeper level? That's why it has to come out. And yes, I will challenge people in their reality. I will do it and continue to do it because I want to push the boundaries of accepted reality into what we really are, which is, we're only just beginning to work that one out.
Right. And what
that
about
is great. I am applauding you for that.
Yeah, definitely. What about also the families that are having these experiences, but then the parents are saying that, it's just your imaginary friend or something like that? Have you noticed your research? And I think you probably mentioned it before, but having these experiences at a younger age and then from external influences, kind of blocking it out or thinking it's imagination.
Neil, that's exactly what seems to happen with many cases. They get to the teenage years, they don't want to be different, they don't want to be seen as different. And because it's very hard to be different in this particular reality because of the judgment, because of, they get bullied if they're extra sensitive and what have you. So that many will shut down, and they'll shut down for many years. what's brilliant about what Elsa has done with her family is they've all supported each other. And so there's been no judgment about that. There's just been an acceptance that I communicate with the kingfisher, I communicate with whales, I communicate. And that was why I put that lovely story of Daniela in there, because there's a veterinary surgeon that tells her, you know, the pet owners what the parent, what the animal, that their pet is saying to them if they've passed on, or if they're sick, what they're actually saying. Here is someone with all the credibility that you could want, that's saying, but I communicate with the animals and that this is my job. And this is what I mean. There are so many within those professions that can never talk about it. Just think of the bravery of that wonderful soul in Chile to say, I want you to share this, Mary, because I want people, I want to help people. And you know, I don't care what people think. That's it. That's disclosure.
Yeah.
That is disclosure. That's exactly what we need. That's why this channel and portal to Ascension exists, because we're disclosing. And of course, Grant has a whole other take on it because he's been through it, and we'll get into that. But
shall we officially start the panel?
All right. Do you want to introduce the panel there?
Yeah. Well, I feel like you can do it. So let's
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead, Alan.
Changing my background and okay. Well, welcome everybody. If you're just tuning in, or if you've been watching all day for the last 8 hours, we're really happy to have this final closing panel, which I think kind of wraps it all up and puts everything that we've been heard here into perspective. And joining us, besides our hosts, Joan and Neil, Mary Rodwell, you just heard, Grant Cameron, who gave a great rousing talk about the ultimate nature of contact and consciousness. Flo Karuna, who's doing massive amount of work in investigating the starseed connection. Geraldine Orozco, who's what do you call yourself? You call yourself the Star Mother there, right?
Hybrid Mother is my website.
Hybrid Mother,
yes.
Right. Rob Vox.
He'll be back in 10 seconds, watch.
So I just wanted
you
to...
You cut out Alan for like 15
I
10 seconds.
I said joining me today is Ashanti Altavis, who's talked to me about her starseed connection. So I thought it would be great to have her join us and share some of her experiences and see where it all fits in. So, you know, should we start with Grant, because that's the ultimate, is that consciousness? Where do you want to start, Neil or Rob? Because we are probably encompassing the whole UFO field here.
Yeah, let's start with Grant, and maybe Grant, you can. I mean, you were here for the last couple of hours. Maybe you want to tie it into like what we just experienced and how you kind of reconcile all of this.
I actually haven't been here. I was out. I had my camera going, but I wasn't participating. So I do have a comment on this disclosure thing. I sort of want to make people aware that we should be set on proper reasons for disclosure, because a lot of what I hear in the UFO community is disclosure in terms of we need an answer, we need to know what's going on, when we are actually the ones that are leading the raising of consciousness. Because I remember Dr. Eric Walker, I've told the story numerous times, when we chased him around in 1991 through 94, 87 to 94, he was a guy who knew exactly what was going on. And at one point he stopped us and he said, why should we change the rules to satisfy your curiosity? And I figure that a lot of the UFO community, we're just curious. We want to know what's going on. And I think we have to lead the pack in terms of why this is important. Because in the end, when disclosure comes, if the government says, okay, there's ETs here or whatever they're going to say, the rest of us are just going to get up and go back to work tomorrow. Nothing's really going to change. We have to be the ones who raise consciousness, because the way I see this thing unfolding is it's like, I say, we're no different than any other social or political movement, whether it's gay rights or whether it's, gay marriage or the African-American thing. We have to realize that we've got to work this thing. We've got to get it out, and that not the message is not for everybody, and that you're going to get to a point that happened in the UFO community that I never thought would happen. Is I remember Steve Bassett had a conference. I've told the story before, that he said to everybody, he said on the panel, when do you think disclosure is going to come? And everybody said 6 months, 1 year. And then they asked me, and I said 2042, because I never believed it would ever happen. There's no way I thought it would ever happen. And 2017, what happened? All the stories that were out there, all the bad UFO stories, good UFO stories, they're all out there bouncing around. And we thought, oh, we're never going to get anywhere. We're never going to get disclosure. The New York Times put out this big article, and everybody went, yeah, okay, I know that already. We know. Now tell me where they're from. And that's the whole deal. When Stephen Greer put out a thing, and I actually put it out as well, that you might have people jumping off buildings and the stock market would melt down when it was identified that there actually were UFOs. And that's what happens when you get consciousness rising, that the consciousness rises, and it just becomes like gay marriage. When did gay marriage happen? And everybody goes, yeah, I don't know, like 20 years ago. It's like nobody can really remember what day it happened. It just happens. It flips. It gets to a point where everybody adopts it. And that's what the first quantum physics guy said, Max Planck said, an idea is not, you do not change anybody's mind by convincing them of the evidence. You wait for the people to die, and the new generation is not offended with the idea. So
Right.
That's one point I had, is this idea of disclosure, in that we are the ones that are bringing the disclosure. And the more we talk about it, the more we talk about consciousness and things like that, the more people are going to hear it. And then when it comes time when you have a documentary or something where something comes out, everybody goes, yeah, okay, I knew that already. And we're just slowly changing it. I don't think we're here to really convert people like, Christianity or, what we used to do. That we are here to live our example, live our words. And when the time is right, it will happen.
Well, that's what Schopenhauer said. He said truth passes through 3 stages. First, it's ignored, then it's ridiculed, and then it's self-evident. So we are coming into the self-evidence, like, what's the big deal? Gay marriage, rights, UFOs. It's all part of a new emerging culture. And I think this group and people listening are at the forefront of the new culture, because we've already accepted it, and we're kind of way showers for what's happening. Do you think, Mary, that's what your work is about?
Yeah, we're the ones that says, I'm going to give this a go. There's the cliff. I'm going to see if I can fly. At the end of the day, it's about, do you live your truth? And one of the things that's been always important for me is when I talk to experiencers and they've lived, with this dual reality for many, many years, they've had the judgment and what have you. And I'm saying, well, do you want to die with this secret? Or do you want to be yourself? And with all the understanding and awareness that you've gained through this communication, this understanding, your connection, do are you ready to actually speak your truth? Or are you going to just die and give it away? And you know what? One of the things that I hope is my legacy to my kids is they know exactly who Mary was, their mum. And that means all her weird and wonderful ways and all her weird thinking. Hopefully, as an example, it doesn't matter how different you are or how much you challenge other people, as long as you have the integrity of speaking your own truth. Why have you been born here? What's it about? Is it to pretend?
Right.
Go around pretending?
Well, Geraldine comes from a pretty mainstream world, and then boom, she had that experience. And how did you go about telling people in your reality, Geraldine, that you were taken aboard a ship and had hybrid children after kind of being in the corporate world? That's kind of a shock.
I strongly believe that contact is very much a spiritual thing. I think that when we elevate our frequency to a high level, when we understand what it means to connect with interdimensionality, this is when we can kind of elevate not just ourselves, but our entire humanity into this next level. And I think that's kind of where we're headed right now. And that's why these conversations are so important. We need the education out there. We need the support. We have these support groups where we have like so many people that are in mainstream life or just everyday life working and living these double lives where they're unsure how to manage that conversation with their families even. And the amazing thing is that when you come public, and what happened in my case was that the documentary was basically the introduction to my family, which was kind of shocking. But at the same time, it started a conversation in my family. And then everyone started talking about their contact. So the amazing and beautiful thing about this interdimensional realm is that we are all essential puzzle pieces to a much larger understanding of what we are as a human race, as consciousness, as a collective, and where we're headed. Because the future is interdimensionality. It's contact, it's this high-level technology, it's the technology of the physical body, and what we're capable of doing as a whole.
Great, that is contact. Flo, do you want to add what your piece is? Because you're living this reality interdimensionally every day, all the time.
Well, I think the power is in our hands.
Oh,
for
can you make your a little louder, your sound?
Oh,
There.
can you hear me properly?
It's
Little low.
a little low. But I like what you were saying, the power's in our hands.
Here we go. Sorry about that. I had my mic.
It's better.
Lower. Yeah, so the power is in our hands, I feel, for a disclosure. You know, the information is already out there. We hear about high-ranking government officials talking about extraterrestrials and documents coming out that are confirming this, but still the masses haven't accepted it on a level. And I believe that comes down to our level of consciousness. And even if disclosure is out there, if we're not aligned within us, we still won't honor that. So the power is within us to open the field of disclosure and be brave enough to, as Joan and other panelists have said, be ourselves, be our authentic truth. And by us being our authentic truth, we're going to send ripples to mass consciousness and people are going to awaken. You know, it could be a challenging thing to tell people, like, at least from my work, like I'm in communication with extraterrestrials. It could raise a lot of eyebrows. And when I finally decided, you know, I just got to accept who I am and this is my mission, it seemed that a lot of people started to accept me. And there was a level of my insecurity being projected onto other people and not really giving them the opportunity to see me for who I am. So it was a great opportunity for us to clear our insecurity so we can just simply do our work without the inner drama.
No, thank you for that. I just want to bring Ashanti into the conversation because this is actually the first time she's gone public. I'm throwing you into the deep end there. And you're listening to these people who are so confident in who they are and their experience. What are you feeling? What would you like to share?
Well, first, I would like to say thank you to everyone who has been courageous enough to share the story in a world that is very anti-truth in a lot of ways. It's anti-speak your truth. It's actually more about conformity. So when we accept the truth of our contact experience, it makes it easier for others to come out. And I'm really happy to be a part of the discussion and to share my experience, which has a lot to do with how the stars communicate to our human consciousness at the level that we are in the Earth domain.
So give us a little example of your experience.
Sure. So I like to do a lot of car traveling throughout the state of California. And in my last visit to a city called Granite Bay, which is about 30 minutes outside of Sacramento, it's a very mysterious area because it's naturally filled with granite boulders. And if we know anything about the megalithic sites and how the ancients used these sites to communicate with upper realms, granite has quartz, which stimulates deeper communication on multiple dimensional levels. So if you are in this area, in the daytime, you're going to receive one communication from the sun. And at night, when the stars come out, in addition to the moon, there's another communication. So I was spending my time up there for about, I would say, a month and a half. And why was I there? It was simply just for meditation purposes, just to do some internal work about some traumatic events that have happened in my life, especially since the time of the pandemic. I was a fashion designer getting ready to go to Paris, and everything pretty much fell out from under me. After having invested years and time and money, everything got canceled and I lost everything. So I needed to go someplace to clear my mind and to really understand what was next for me, because I wasn't alone. Everybody lost something during that time. So while I was there, doing meditation, inner prayer, saying the holy name of God as the form of the Tetragrammaton, I would just look up at the sky, and it would be midnight, sometimes 2 or 3 at night. And I would just look at Orion, I would look at Sirius, I would look at the Pleiades, and I would look at Cygnus. And little by little, I started to notice that the stars were not stationary. They were actually stationary for a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then a star in a constellation would get brighter and brighter by 10 times, 100 times. It would pulse, and then it would literally move across the sky. And then you say, okay, well, maybe I'm just on something, even though I'm not on something. But then it happens again in another part of the sky. And what you realize is that they're letting you know that they can see you and they're aware that you're looking up. So you say, well, what's next after this? Okay, so the stars are moving, but then you receive internal telepathic communication. And what's the communication? We're here to support you. We know this is confusing. We understand that you don't know what's going on, but as long as you continue on the path, all of your skills, all the time that you've invested will actually manifest itself in a way that's better than what you had planned.
Wow.
So during this time, again, it was over a month and a half, almost 2 months. I would go every night to this area. It's pretty much a ravine that miners back during the time of the gold rush used to find gold. So there's the combination of the quartz, granite, and then gold that's in the streams. And then the soil has gold in it. So really what you're in is a natural vortex. So when you're looking up at the sky, you're really just connecting heaven and earth. And I believe that this place, Granite Bay, actually has a lot of points where you can go and communicate. So during that time, I just made contact with a lot of these star beings. They were flying across the sky, and then they would make telepathic communication, just letting me know that as long as I have faith and I don't give up, that I would be supported no matter what my path was. So I take that with me. And I don't really talk about it much because most people don't believe that the stars actually give us communication or energy. But I have a deep connection. I'm actually a Rosicrucian initiate. So we're taught that back in the ancient Egyptian times, the Shemsu or the Shemsis, they were the watchers of Horus. And essentially they were the watchers of the sky, of the celestial bodies. And these watchers make communication and contact with these higher interdimensional beings that we see as stars, which are another type of intelligence. So I continue to make this deeper understanding and connection. And where I'm at in the Bay Area is near the salt flats of Alviso. There are salt ponds, and the same phenomenon continues to happen.
Wow. Thank you. We'll hear more from Beautiful. How do you feel sharing that? Good?
Oh, yes. It's actually... it feels good to share because I know that other people might have had similar experiences.
And you've never told that to anybody?
No.
Oh, well, the first here on Portal to Ascension. And Grant is a yes, and we're all applauding you because...
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Neil,
There's
do you want to...
no turning back now.
Joan? Oh, Joan. Oh, wait, Joan, unmute. But...
Yes. What was your question?
No, I thought you had a comment because it's time we all come out of the closet, as Grant would say.
Well, it is. It is. And also, you know, when we don't talk about our experiences, then we're perpetuating the cloud of secrecy and that awful, you know, like how they go wink, wink. You know, so we're perpetuating the falsity just because the rest of our humanity has had trouble accepting. You know what? I think that if they were allowed to know what was really going on and that we had interdimensional contact and we had not just the star beings, but angels existed and the little people existed. If somehow this message would go out the world and they would let this message happen, we would see just the ascension we're looking for, I think, this rising consciousness right away. Because honestly, we're having this discussion because some beings have decided that we're not to have that experience of tapping into the divine here.
And some have decided we are. Like, I love what Grant says in the chapter he wrote from my book, The Theory of Wow. If you've seen a UFO, you were meant to see it. You are part of the phenomena, and it is the Super Bowl of all phenomena.
There you go. You tell
That's
me. You tell
true.
me.
No, that is true. I agree so wholeheartedly. Like, this is a privilege that we have had this experience. Like, Mary, I was listening to you and everyone here, and I'm going, what is it that has opened us up to this contact, that we could see it, touch it, and recognize it? And these other people, is it that they really didn't have it, or was it that they couldn't acknowledge it?
Yeah, yeah.
Great.
Neil,
I-
you,
the way that
oh, Rob.
Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead.
Well,
sorry,
Mary.
the way that I understand it, the soul comes in with a choice. The choice: are they going to live the 3D reality this time, or are they going to be one of those that are going to be part of the shift? And I think there's been a choice made. What are we seeing on this planet right now? A complete split in consciousness between those that are ready to ascend and awaken, and those that are saying, I'm staying right here in 3D this time. And I think that's just acceptance that the soul choices that we've made, and both are fine, because they'll probably decide to do their bit in another time, if there was such a thing as time, which of course there isn't. So it doesn't matter, does it? It's all about soul choice.
Soul choice. Rob, were you going to say something? Rob.
I really think we are in that integration period. What Grant was talking about, it makes so much sense that the generation before us sort of held those stories in and didn't articulate them a lot, which in turn, when you do that, sort of gives you emotional damage and that shroud of secrecy.
Right.
And we're sort of this integration where we get to use some of these practices and look at some of this information and start to blossom. And then the next generation from us is really who are going to be the complete beneficiaries of the work that we do now. It's going to be common knowledge to them. It's going to be common practice. And that's what we're sort of, like the ancient peoples writing on the walls, giving signals like, hey, there's more here. You got to keep looking, keep going. And I think that it's vital that we do that. That's why I love doing these types of deep dives and talking about contact, because it truly is a consciousness experience. And yet there are some people who have that contact because they want to see it, and some people who it's bestowed upon them. And I think that both are sort of, they're similar, but there is a difference to it as well.
Well, some people might. Oh, go ahead, Rand. I was just going to say, some people can't believe we're having this conversation if they're in that outside world, and other people might say, I can't believe we're not having this conversation. So here we go. Okay, Grant, it's up to you.
I'm going to make a little revelation. I remember asking Mary at one point, it's this whole idea about soul contract. What's really going on? Why are we here? People don't spend any time in their life trying to figure out, what am I here for? What's going on? And I remember asking Mary this idea about the soul contract. What do you regress everybody back? Do you think everybody's going to say they agreed to come here and they agreed to do this? And Mary said, yeah. And that's the key thing, is that we have chosen to come in at this time in this place in whatever mess we think we find ourselves in. And maybe we came for a reason, because we'll complain about this and that, but I chose to be here. I had an interesting, I just want to make a little revelation. I don't usually like to talk about the ET thing too much, but I had a session, was it yesterday or day before, with Kay Randall May. Do you know who Kay Randall May is? No. She is the one that Kit Green said is the best medical intuitive in the world. 95% accurate. There's this tape that's floating around where she's talking about the portal off the coast of California, and Kit Green is busy taking notes and stuff like that. So I talked to her, and she knew nothing about me. And at one point she says, do you believe there's life outside of Earth? And I said, yeah, kind of. And she says, oh, that's good, because you're from the Pleiades. I said, really? Okay, cool. And she said to me, and it's a good story, I don't know if it's true, but she says to me, coming from her, she says that you were working on the Akashic records and you didn't have to come here, and they had to drag you to get you to come here, and you came in, and now you've built up some more karma. She said, but this is the woman that this present experiencer panel, they used her. She's referenced in a paper by Gary Nolan and Kit Green. So it was kind of neat to have it coming from her, this whole idea of the soul contract. And if the soul contract is right, everything changes. It's like when I had that revelation in 2017, it said, is the world random? If it is, that's one world. But if it's not random, if it's pattern, it's a totally different world. If it's one life, that's one world. If it's multiple lives. And if we came in on a soul contract, then we got to realize this is all part of what we came here to do. And that it would be like, being living at the time of Jesus or at the time of Roswell. You say, boy, I'd love to have been there. And we will be seen even now. If you take a look now, most people don't laugh at you anymore because of the New York Times article. They know this is for real. It's not a laughing thing anymore. We are at this pinnacle period of history where we knew what was going on. And as the Bible says, too much is given, much is expected. So if you know what's going on, it's up to you to share what you've got, because you can't go when it comes to judgment time and say, oh, I was going to do it, but I got kind of busy and I thought of something else and stuff. And so we have this great opportunity, and we are all probably partners on some level at even the Dolores Cannon, the 3 waves that came in. So we all volunteered to come in at this time in this place because something's happening that we need to do. And all we got to do is figure out what's our role in this and are we doing it?
Well, I'm glad you came, Grant. Thanks for coming.
I was actually just about to say something about Dolores right when you were done. So it's interesting you said it. And just so many beautiful things are being expressed right now here. But when Dolores was doing the Life Between Lives, she was realizing that she was regressing people to a moment where they were picking their experiences. And a lot of people came to Earth with certain imprints. They would pick books out of the library, if you will, and they would imprint themselves with all types of experiences and different people on the planet that they never were in their past lives, just to get the experience. Some of them were coming for the first time, but they took on multiple roles. So, and that was the whole theory of why there's 1 million people that think they're Nefertiti, so all that kind of stuff, right? But just to bring a lot of everything that was shared together here is, if we look at the Yuga cycles and the age that we've been in, the Kali Yuga, the Dark Age, has been the age of delusion. The Dwarpa Yuga, which is the next stage, so delusion, I don't even need to explain what that means, right? As we shift into this next age, we're in the age of energy, where we start realizing not only how to use energy, electricity, we start realizing quantum energy, but by the end of this age, we start realizing we are energy. And how do we utilize that? This taps into your Merkaba light body, traveling through space, all of this, right? So at this point, it's pretty much been validated. Over the last 8 years, 9 years ago, I remember I had a fight with my dad. My dad was like, what's up with all this alien stuff? 7 years ago, I had a folder on my phone with all the government documents ready to go. And now, just Project Stargate is just blows everything, the lid off everything, for example. So we've been validated at this point. On some level, it's good to have this faith where you don't need to be validated. But on another level, when you're dealing with so many linear-minded people in the world, it's great to have that so you can actually move forward without the insecurity. Is this real? Is this not real? What am I experiencing here? So now that we're at this level, I used to think that, it would be about letting everyone know. Everyone needs to know that ETs exist, right? But now I don't think that. I think we all need to do the inner work so we can get to the consciousness level that we can move into that reality. So we don't even need to tell everyone. All we got to do is reflect on ourselves, do the inner work, continue to expand our consciousness. And as we do that, just like what Grant said in the beginning, it's just going to be normality for all of humanity.
Right. So how do you do it, Flo? Because I'm not ready to change my name to Flo Karuna, but you're living this reality every day. Okay, but talked about how you interface with what do they call it in the those books, those about the people in the other world, the wizard people who aren't wizards, and the Harry Potter books, the people out there. I think they're called Muggles, right?
Yep, Muggles.
Right. How do you deal with the Muggles, Flo?
Well, I honor my human journey. Sometimes I could get hurt and sometimes the emotions can kick in, but I feel like that's part of the process of us being a part of this collective conscious field where we have been persecuted, we have been pushed if we've spoken our truth. So I take it as an opportunity in my own energetical field to clear that. And I feel we're doing that as a collective right now. We're all going through our emotional cache and we're lightening the load for not just our generation, but the next generation. And it's amazing because our DNA is quantum. If you think about just from our ancestral perspective, we're connected to our ancestors who aren't necessarily in this 3D lineage, but we're getting the residue. We're getting the residue of their emotions. We're getting the residue of their thoughts. And to me, that's my personal proof that we are in a quantum technology, and when we shift that within us, we're opening it for others. So it's amazing what this inner technology could do. I've actually been standing in a field with 3 people, well, including myself, and I see a starship, and one person sees the starship and the other person has no recollection whatsoever. So there's like an innate ability that we have the decision whether we want to see this or not. And we hear like the stories about, you know, like the natives or the original peoples of Turtle Island, when the colonizers came on boats, some people didn't even see the boats. It was not even like, you know, collecting in their awareness. So the ability that we all have is to improve our internal system, connect to this amazing technology that we have been embedded with that is upgradable. We're like computers where you could, you know, on a computer, you could add memory, you could add RAM. Well, our DNA could expand. We could touch into our multi-dimensional knowledge. We could access the Akashic field. And the more that we expand in our awareness of this, whatever this gift called life, freedom seems to follow in every element, even with the soul contracts, where I've had soul contracts and I've been given an opportunity to release it if I choose. So we're never held hostage in this existence. And I just want everyone to know who's listening, we're always free to unshackle ourselves and be the person who we came here to be. There's of course going to be some 3D journey, but there's an opportunity right now.
But we need this community. I mean, we are forming a community. How do you feel about our community? I'm joining.
Oh no, I think it's a wonderful community. I think you need to have this sort of fellowship because some people just experience oppression and they don't feel like their experiences that they've had are valid because maybe a best friend or a husband or a wife or even people that you know that you're close to didn't have it. So then that means you're crazy or you shouldn't be expressing it because it's weird. And so then you end up taking on more internal trauma when really it's just an experience that could be as natural as going for a walk and seeing a bird. Okay, well, you saw a metal bird and it wasn't an airplane and it wasn't a helicopter.
Mhm.
That shouldn't be something to be ashamed of.
Mm.
So the more that you have a community that
Actually, but what do you say to people who come to you? Oh, did we lose Geraldine? Oh, there you are. I mean, this is basic because Grant is taking it to a whole other level that there's no, I mean, that's another conversation about what's really going on about it all being consciousness. But on this level of interaction, Geraldine, how do you counsel people who are saying, you know, weird thing happened to me and I don't understand it and I saw these alien children and what do I do and am I crazy? I mean, John Mack used to say when people said to him, am I crazy? He says about their alien experiences, he said, I have good news and bad news. You're not crazy. The good news is you're not crazy. The bad news is like you've had something happen to you. So it's like that. So I'll do it to them, Geraldine.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're coming to a point where the wonderful thing about where we're at here collectively is that there is enough science to support having these quantum conversations, to understand what are these other realms. And I think the interesting thing about that is when we work with people that are having contact, these are adults, it's running in the family and they are having a lot of this contact that is happening in the family is also happening to the children. And so when I work with people that are having these experiences, I think that the education about the self-inquiry, how to connect, how to raise our vibrational frequency is really important. But the other side of that is to let them know that there is a support group where they can talk about these topics, you know, and when they come to the support group, this is where things begin to open up because they hear other people talk about it. And just that simple listening and recognition of experiences, people sometimes even recognize themselves from contact experiences in my support groups. And sometimes, you know, when they're doing hypnotherapy, they're able to broaden their perspective about things that's happening. And that really helps integrate and it helps with the healing and a deeper understanding of what's happening within this phenomena. So it helps ground the experience into the physical. They begin to see the connections in their family. They begin to see the connections that they've had perhaps all their life. And then usually it'll go towards some spiritual direction of some kind, where they begin to question consciousness and, what reality we're living in. So I think all of these elements are really important. And the other thing I really wanted to mention is that I've been noticing a rise in a lot of children looking for support as well, children that are having more contact than ever. And I find that really, really interesting because it's like we need to provide some education for children and for parents, teaching them how to manage this. So, there's so many very interesting parts about that. People that are having a little bit darker experiences, they can change that experience. People that are having higher vibrational experiences, also it speaks to where they're at spiritually, vibrationally. So, this is kind of involves all of us. And I think this is where contact goes to the next level, where we're learning about what humanity is and what it means to be human in this earth experience. And we link a lot of dots, we're noticing that if this is something that goes down our genetic lineage, it's what's in our junk DNA. This is what I research, is that it's our holographic DNA that helps us access some of this information potentially. And so it's, yeah.
No, I think it's ironic that the ETs, whatever that is making us more human and helping our expansion of the humanness of who we are. Does Igor want to share? Is Igor there? Does he want to share his story?
Yeah, he is. Let me have him come over here.
Igor was a regular business guy, didn't know anything about this, went to see a healer in South America who did some etheric and energetic healing, and it popped open, whatever that is. There's always a moment where I think for a lot of people, it just pops open. There's Igor Galibov. And Igor, do you want to just share a little bit about your process? Because it all does come down to being spiritual. So yeah, Igor, hi. Unmute.
Okay. All right. Hello, everybody. Yes, it was a very interesting journey, and having an awakening and being awakened by the extraterrestrials, it is an aha moment. And then you come into this reality and you say, how do I express myself? And this becomes a very complex experience. Especially this happened to me in 2004 when there wasn't much information out there. And I started to kind of express things in a more of a shamanic way, where I had to kind of adjust my own template of belief in order to express these things where people can resonate to it. And the expression is very important for us to kind of tune in with each person, so they can understand these different types of dynamics of what's really happening beyond our physical reality. And one of the things is people are very busy in their 3D reality. And because of that, that creates some sort of a lock, a loop that we are stuck in. And by having these programs and creating more awareness, this becomes more mainstream, so people become opened up to it. I mean, we can take a look at cartoons these days, and we have extraterrestrial experiences in there. So as kids are growing up, it becomes more open and mainstream. I have kids myself. At a certain level, they would connect to this, and I would guide them into connecting with different beings. They're connecting to their ET selves. And having few extraterrestrial kids, not just physical kids, you kind of see the dots and you connect these different dimension of realities, and at a certain level they come to a realization saying, but wait a minute, this is not real, because my other friends don't have this experience, so I need to kind of separate myself from that. So they go into that age where they understand that this 3D reality, what they feel, sense, their sensations are real and everything else is not. So I had to kind of retrain them and bring them back into this reality where everything is real, and not only this physical reality, because the school systems deviate their mind and put them into a box. And as parents, we have to break that box and let them know that it is not so, but there is much more beyond this 3D that we understand. And you have to kind of get them to their own logic to kick in so they can start to explore and question everything. And right now, my oldest is 15, going to be by the end of this month. And it is interesting to see how now she starts to connect with her friends and guide them into these connections of where they can be emotionally free and understanding these things. Now, this is the next generation of existence. This is where we just basically paved the way of energy for the whole collective, and the children are coming in. They're going to be completely multidimensional. Their learning structure is not going to be anymore through books. It will be through downloads. Literally, frequency, vibration, that is the way of communication. And what we understand now is going to actually speed up so much faster, which is by seeing these different realities come together. It just really exciting to be at this moment, at this planet right now.
It
And
is.
there's more that's happening behind the doors, and the higher dimensional beings are working with these kids. Some of them not even conscious about it. And we have to bring them to the surface so they become aware of it. And this way, they can spread this love, they can spread this awareness so we can become one with these multidimensional selves. Well, thank you, guys.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
And that's why Mary's work is so important, because she gets children to talk about this. Did I freeze again?
No, we see you, bro. Alan. I think you froze again. Mary, do you want to jump in here and comment on that?
Yeah, because I said that's why your work is so important, Mary, because that's exactly what your purpose is, to bring children out. Yeah.
Well, for me, they are our future. And unless we support them through their process of incarnation into a human form, from some of them saying it's the very first time they've come here, to imagine the trauma to their psyche coming from other places, different frequencies, different awareness, different understanding, multidimensional abilities, in a society that dismisses those kinds of experiences, that in fact you're getting ridicule. So it's, you know, for me, it's not just about supporting the children, though. It's supporting the parents who are supporting the children, because they're, you know, having these children that are completely different, that are given dysfunctional titles, you know, from ADHD to dyslexia to Asperger's or whatever, and understanding that's different wiring, because we are now they're coming in activated and aware and with these abilities, and they're in a society that dismisses any ability beyond their physical senses. And that is the issue. Yes, their physical senses are expanded, 5 times more sensitivity on the skin. The sense of smell is expanded, their hearing's expanded, you know, all those physical things are expanded, are their visual, you know, the visual spectrum they can see more of. But not only that, they are understanding packets of information they're getting as downloads from these different intelligences. They're aware of their heritage. They're aware of their mission. And the biggest issue for many of the older models or older generations has been not wanting to be here because they struggle so much. Well, what about the children? Mm-hmm. They're even more sensitive to what's going on, someone's emotions and feelings directed at them. They go into school and they've got all these different energies going on. They know when someone's not well. They know if someone's been abused. They know what the teacher's thinking, which may not be what they're saying. They're tuned into all of this. How challenging for that child, unless we start to wake up and understand what's actually going on with them, and to support the parents to support the kids. So how can I? That's what's important is how do you support the parents and educate the psychologists, psychiatrists, the teachers, all of those. Some of them are star seeds that already know they've come in to support these children. Teachers that have gone into education because they know they're supporting the star kids. Midwives that told me they're delivering star kids because they're bringing in the right energy. So it's all been set up beautifully, but we all have to honor our role in that and speak our truth.
You're doing it, Mary. You are doing it. Joan, you work with a lot of people, and I mean, how do you talk to people? Unmute. Unmute. Unmute.
I want to say is coming out in the world as Joan of Angels was a huge deal, and that's kind of the same thing as talking about extraterrestrials, because I'll never forget, I was with my daughter who said to me, well, Mom, don't lead with, can't you tell him you're a doctor? Introduce yourself, Dr. Joan Hancock. Why are you leading with Joan of Angels, Mom? It was so embarrassing to her. So and it turns out that I've been embarrassment to her entire life, where she would say to me things like, well, Mom, can't you be normal like everyone else's mother? Yet I will say the following. She's 32 and she turns to me, and she's in trauma. And I'll say to her, well, let me pull a card, or I'll pull out my pendulum, and she'll freak out. But then she fights against it. The girl's an intuitive, but fights against it. But coming out is who you are. Let's talk about that. All of us on here are people that may see other beings and know who we are. And we have to really, we have to break free of that which kept us from not seeing. Okay. And also, this patriarchal plug in your throat chakra, like that you don't say it. So I think that's, and what was I reading? I was reading something in Brad Olson's book that he said that us humans are the ones who keep us enslaved. Mm-hmm. And so I think we're up against other people's enslaved points of view. They're boxes that if God forbid we should pierce their rigid thinking, they're going to fall apart. And so it's in the way that we somehow help open them to this greater reality.
Well, the greater reality, and Rob, or Flo, I was going to actually come to you actually, because we're talking about spiritual it's ETs, but then people don't get out there, at least the government, how does that connect to the spiritual reality? But it seems like everyone here thinks it's directly connected. So what are we going to say, Flo? And just add that other piece if you want.
Yeah, I was just going to add to the conversation. First off, working with children, working with parents, I feel grounds the Starseed mission. And I feel all of us have a big mission ahead with those two objectives. I think it'd be awesome. Maybe in the future, Portal to Ascension, we could do something with the parents or children. But we have such an opportunity right now with this amazing group of beings that are coming together to really create a foundation. But in regards to communicating with people who maybe aren't on that spiritual frequency or whatever, because I don't even like the word spiritual frequency, but really don't want to talk about ETs or extraterrestrials. One tool that we all have is the gift of storytelling and the gift of metaphors. I find in the journey of a story, you could change it to something that more fits their reality and guide them to a teaching without talking directly. And I feel the way that we could create mass shift in consciousness from a cultural standpoint is to be teachers from the indirect avenue. And to me, indirect is music, art, board games, movies, cartoons. There's something about when we communicate indirectly with people who have like a logical wall that we bypass that criticism and we go straight into their heart. And I think these are the tools that we're going to be bringing forth in the future. We're going to be going straight to the heart, not trying to change the mind, but just go straight to the heart. So there's so much opportunity, and I feel art will be a major influencer in our future journey. I'm not trying to pitch my product, but I created a board game called Masters of Light. And the entire reason for this board game was to bring people into a spiritual conversation and get them on a deep journey. And if you tell people, hey, let's meditate, they're going to go, no. The barriers are going to come right away. But if you tell them, hey, let's play a game, suddenly they drop their guard and you could like open them up into a deeper experience. So yeah, indirect is very powerful.
How do we forget your board game? It's okay to pitch yourself. Oh, yeah. I mean, we're here to share our creativity.
It's kind of,
Wait,
you know what?
take
That's
off your back.
genius. That's
Take off your
genius, Phyllis.
background a little bit, and let's
I'm
just
just
see it.
gonna.
Because oh, there you go. Okay.
It's a game with it's a game with the Ascended Masters. It's a channeled board game, and it's unfortunately sold out. I'm trying to raise the funds right now to bring it back, but it's pretty much a ceremony in a board game format. I call it a group oracle, and the angels said, "Hey, we're going to help you create an idea that's going to shift consciousness." So I just followed orders, and this game came down. And the reason I share it, because I want to inspire other people. If you have like something, a passion project, we need it in this world, and we need to have some fun. You know, fun is the way we're gonna learn. We don't have to take everything so seriously. And yeah, let's have
I
fun.
agree. I think that's why we incarnated, is to have fun, be enjoy, to be creators, to emulate creation. So let's do a Zoom, Neil, with the board game. We'll all be players in the board game, okay?
I like that. I
Yeah.
like that. That'll be fun.
you-
You know, I think that's so great you're doing that too. And it is a multifaceted approach to try and get some of that information out. We have to use a lot of different methods because there's different thresholds for everybody to engage and ignite that spark inside of them that makes them think, you know, there is more to what some people are saying than others, you know. And I this is just amazing listening to everybody's what they're saying. It's just incredible. I have to tell you that Omar says hi because Omar, his internet, something was going on and he can't get it fixed till tomorrow, but he wanted me to come in and tell everybody hi. He misses everybody. He wished he could be here. And also it's funny because this collective is really at work. We started talking about the children, and I think it is so important, like Geraldine said, to create an intensive program for children and the adults around those children to understand those children, because it is traumatic. There is stresses that go along with having to hide that stuff, like we were talking about before. The generations who didn't speak it up, I didn't have that community to really get it out. It really becomes this dark secret, and that can haunt people for a very long time and do a lot of damage. It's very, very deceitful and terrible that happens, because these are the ones we should be not, I don't want to say put on a pedestal, but making sure we have a prominent focus on what they're learning and what their future is. I think it's important. And you know, it's absolutely incredible. We need to get that multi-pronged approach. Go ahead, Neil.
Definitely, man. You know, just to like piggyback on that real quick. So there's so many different ways to do this, but ultimately what needs to happen is a restructuring of the education system, right? Because at the early age, especially the first few years, we're so I don't like to say manipulative, like we're so able to be manipulated, right? But on one level, we can be indoctrinated and be taught anything. So why not teach us and indoctrinate us at an early age with things that actually are cosmic truths, universal truths, right? For example, the scarcity mindset. So many of us are raised with that, you know, whether you have a lot and need to hold on to it, or you don't have enough. If we were taught that the universe is an abundant place, if we were taught affirmations at a really early age, you know. So what I'm starting to think of is like redesigning the new system, which will be a global system around the world, which will include the education, right? I think, you know, we see all these systems and institutes coming down. Well, pretty soon I feel the education system is not going to be working either, because pretty much they just get you ready to work a 9 to 5. That's what it's for, you know. It's like almost like it's basically like child abuse, getting the kids up that early and then forcing them to go to school in the cold weather some places, you know. So that's part of like what I want to do with the community. Start building villages, towns, cities. And I'm really connecting with a lot of people now. We're going to create our own education system and really, you know, encourage children. And you can't, like, on some level, you can't steer away from all the traumas that will be inflicted, because sometimes they're just karmic, right? But you can navigate the psychology of a human based on all the information that we have. And I feel that's what we're going to start getting into now. These are the conversations that we're having just in the beginning phases of this new reality we're going to manifest.
Well, yeah, I agree. And I think we'll wrap up as soon. I want to go around one more time. And Neil's been going for 10 hours. It's coming on 10 hours that we've been going. But I'll start with Grant, because Grant's presentation today was about how it was all consciousness, really. And I think this reorientation to reality as an aspect, we create the world, it's all consciousness, will help the educational system. Of course, you have to overcome religious dogma and all that, but Grant, when you say it's all consciousness, and this is an argument I sort of have with Deepak Chopra, you also created outside of history. So it's all consciousness and that, but I think we're also working within a historical narrative where we are moving our culture along to be open to this other reality. So I'm just like not sure how to integrate, does that make sense? How to integrate the ahistorical with the historical movement. Yes, it's always all consciousness, but we're also progressing on a trajectory. Yeah.
Okay, I would still go back to the fact that it's all a dream. So when you have a dream in the middle of the night, it's as real can be. And when you wake up in the dream, you wake up into another dream. It's all still dream, and it's all experience. It's not like there's good stuff. We change this, and the world's going to be a better place or whatever. We chose to come here at this time in the middle of this thing. Even with this thing about my daughter doesn't acknowledge what I do, and that I'm sort of a little bit crazy. That is absolutely common. It's exactly the way it is with everybody. When people tell me that, I say, get used to it. That's the pattern. You that's to keep you grounded. You chose to come to be with somebody who would not believe you. That's part of the whole deal. And you see this over and over again. So to me, it's all experience. And whatever you're facing, it's not like we've got to correct anything. We have to establish what we're doing and realize it's an experience, and what are we to learn from it. And we can't worry about what other people are doing. We can only do what we think will raise the bar and raise it. And there may be it's like whatever, there may be some historical thing that happened, and Hillary Clinton did something to me, or Trump did something to me, or whatever. It really doesn't matter. It's an experience. And if you take the onus that you're part of this, that you chose it, and there's no good and bad, and you are going to learn from whatever experiences you have, then the idea of history and all this kind of stuff disappears. I think it all comes down to, it's a dream. We're in this dream. We chose the dream, and we're living it, and we make our reactions. But there's no good or bad stuff. It's like if I get killed, in a bad way in this way, a couple lives from now, am I going to go back to the Civil War and say, well, I got killed, that wasn't fair? I mean, nobody cares. It's like once the life is over, you go, hey, that was pretty exciting. And nobody, and the way I would put it is, people have this, there's the ups and the downs, and we got to get rid of the downs and get the ups and stuff like this. God is watching a Hollywood movie, and we're creating it. And he doesn't want to sit and watch us sit around a coffee table and in the kitchen and drink coffee for 75 years. He wants suffering. He wants this, he wants that. Because if it's a boring movie, everybody gets up after 15 minutes and walks out. It's all this movie thing. That's the way I'm starting to see it. And God doesn't want to watch us just do nothing. He wants this drama and excitement. So a lot of the stuff that we complain about may be stuff that we actually put in there to make the things a little bit exciting and to learn. Yes. And in the end, the stuff that teaches you the most is not the stuff that happens good to you. That's when you say, oh, I'm so smart, I got this all figured out. It's the trauma, it's the bad events that you learn from.
Right. I agree. It's Mary, what do you have to say? I mean, as you sum up, I mean, your work is still cutting edge and incredible, and it's a really exciting dream, I have to say. We're all in. But Mary.
Well, I can blame my message to whoever is helping me create this dream. And I said, look, if I'm coming here, please make it interesting, because as soon as it gets boring, you can take me off. But as far as I'm concerned, it's exactly how I see it with, and Grant saying that, is that when you work with people between lives and they say, well, I've chosen the next life, and I want this in my family, I want this to happen and this to happen and this to happen. And basically it's all set up for us to go through the process of what our soul has chosen. But the choice, when people say, well, what about the choice? I said, the choice is for you to see it as a victim, or to see it as a way of growth for your spiritual understanding. There's the choice, guys. Is the cup half full or half empty? There's your choice. Because ultimately, we chose this. So it's up to you whether you want to have a good time around it or not.
Yes, thank you. How about you, Flo? Where are you at in your excitement?
Well, one thing that keeps me sane through this earthly journey is to see things as a comedy. So my personal movie, this is a comedy, and when things go wrong, you could find such hilarious humor behind certain situations. I'm not saying that there's tough situations, but I guess it's just stay funny, stay silly, see the silliness of life. I mean, all the Star family that I communicate with, they're like, "Hey, loosen up, dude, have some fun," you know. And if we're in a dream, sometimes I tell my friends, like, when I'm having a great moment, like right now, I'm gonna wake up in another reality, and I'm like, "Oh, I had some strange dream last night where I was like in a computer screen looking at people, and I think Neil was there." And so, just enjoy this precious gift, because it's gonna come and go. So thank you, Alan, for holding space as always and doing such an amazing job.
Thank you for holding your space and doing your work. How about you and Geraldine and Igor? What do you think?
The only thing I can add to that, I mean, I completely agree with what Grant and Mary both said, and Flo as well, is unconditional love. We need to bring it back to love, which is kind of, it's the key to navigating this unknown, this constant experience that we're here to experience. If you can come back to unconditional love, everything you can see things through neutrality, and it can be a more compassionate journey, a less suffering journey. You choose less suffering. So that's really the only other thing I would add.
Igor.
I can agree with every single one of you, but Flo, I believe that is playfulness. This is a playground, and we have to be playful in this reality. And that is the thing that we need to learn from our children. Is one day they're upset, or 1 minute they're upset, the following minute they're completely in a different frequency. And that's what we need to remember, is how to shift back. I mean, we all go through our ups and downs, is to get back up and understand that this is a matrix. You are the creator of it. What you want to create and how you want to participate in it is completely up to you. That is, I think this is where we have our free will into this moment of now. So thank you.
Great. How about you, Ashanti? What's your excitement here?
Well, I would say the most exciting thing is to realize that, people aren't the only life forms that support the human journey. We also have plant life, we have animal life, we have all the 4 elements, and we have the stellar family. And we just have to remember, all we have to do is look up, and they're looking down, and there's a connection. So anytime you get into a fight with someone, you just don't get why things the way they are, look up at the skies and they say, "Hey, we get it, just go with the flow."
Great. That's Flo Karuna right there. Rob, how about you? Thank you for being here today, Rob.
I loved what everybody said. And, when it's time to walk with purpose, you walk with purpose. When it's time to have fun, we have fun. And I think when you take that, that combination of, that you chose to be here, some of the harder or more trying times, you can look at them from a broader perspective and try and find the good or the lesson in them, and then take that with you the next time and try and train your subconscious to be more along the line of positive. And eventually it won't even be a training exercise. It'll just automatically happen. And I think that for me, was to keep it on the eye, was one of the biggest and most helpful things, because I used to like to stew in the negative for a while. So when I retrained my subconscious, and every time I would have a thought that might have been negative, I pushed it out, think of something positive and why I thought of it. And I'm very analytical, so I like that kind of stuff. But I think that walking with love and being that way is going to bring us into where we want to be and what we want to do.
Beautiful. Great. And Joan, who's excited every single minute, she is smiling and laughing and jumping up and down. Joan, tell us what it does.
So, just so you know, I'm teaching this class on intuition tomorrow, and a sign of an empath and a certain intuitives are they cannot stop interrupting, or they just have this. So God knows. But, first of all, I'm so excited that we're here in this time. Honestly, this planet's been enslaved for lifetimes, and we are coming together. So many of us are waking up, beyond the 100th monkey theory. We might as well go into the millionth monkey, the billionth monkey, because I think more people are waking up than know. And so we're in this collective that we are at a higher vibratory frequency and positively changing the planet. But we were born for this. I know I was specifically born for this. I know I had in my DNA points to wake up or to stay asleep. Okay, because I could tell you the times I stayed asleep, you know, or the times the ETs came to me and I just like was so freaked. It's like I would go like this and hide under the bed, like just leave me alone. And yet that's what I want, is that contact. You know, I go, come closer, go away. But we were born for this. We have everything we need, and this is the time we're going to do it.
Yeah. Right. How about you, Neil? And then I'll say something, and then you can finish up with a poem. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
I second everything everybody's saying, you know, and ultimately my understanding now is that we definitely, you know, we signed up for this experience and we signed up for the contrast, you know, in this world of amnesia. It's almost like Source was like, okay, I've experienced myself in so many ways. What's the next experience I could have? Well, why don't I make myself forget my connection to Source and give myself the illusion of free will, because I don't remember how everything is always happening all the time. And let's see what happens with that. You know, and I feel like that's what's happening on Earth, is like, it's just another experience. So with that understanding, the darkness, the challenges, the struggles are as valid as an experience as the light, the good, and all the happiness. We've had the experiences that we needed in order to get the contrast. When you have amnesia, what's the best way to know what you want when you have amnesia? Well, to know what you don't want. So we know what we don't want anymore, and it's time for us to cultivate what we really truly want. But the understanding is not to be upset and angry at what we experienced that we didn't want, but to thank it and have gratitude for that darkness. Because something I love to say is like, and some people, I'll give you both sayings here, like, is that the most unconditional thing the light ever did was allow the darkness to live within it. You know, and then other people say, well, what about this one? Well, the most unconditional thing the darkness ever did was allow the light to live within it. I say it's the same thing, you know. So, but ultimately, it's one singularity split into duality. The duality, both aspects of the duality are a part of the singularity, and the singularity does not energize one part of itself over the other part. It's all a part of the oneness. So with that understanding, we can come from a place of objective neutrality. We can understand and have gratitude for the experiences that we've had, and we can move forward fully integrating those experiences rather than reacting to them and repressing them. You know, I feel that's what is happening. That's what Portal to Ascension stands for, is really about understanding the polarity we've experienced, having gratitude for it. But having gratitude doesn't mean you're spiritually bypassing it. You know, you can still take, when you come from that place of neutrality and non-reaction, you can still make decisions based on informed action, you know? And when you have that inner peace within yourself, I feel you can make more informed decisions for all of humanity, for yourself, for your family, and all that. So that's why it always comes down to, you know, I wrote an article a few years ago for Radiance magazine, and it was called, "What Does UFOs Have to Do with Meditation?" You know, it was all about literally like, we're not going to be in this world with open contact unless we do the deep work. Meditation can come in many forms, many modalities, but unless we really transcend and accept what has happened to us and bring harmony to it, we're not going to even be able to have this world where we're at the frequency where we see our galactic family. You know, that's kind of how I feel about it all.
Beautiful. I know I like everything everyone said. I do think, though, we're going beyond duality. I think there's a new world. We're at the threshold of something new. Bashar used to say, this is your last chance for density, so get it while you can, because we're moving up. And so there's something unknown that we're all trying to get a handle on. And that's why I feel this is the most exciting field, the most exciting study that I could do, because it's the UFO thing, whatever that is, Grant, whatever it is, consciousness, beings, interdimension, it represents the mystery of our time, the unfathomable, and there are pieces that everyone's putting together, and I can't think of anything more exciting than to get an understanding of this mystery that is just keeps unraveling and unraveling with more components, more pieces. And So I think it's, for me, I'm very excited about everything that we've all said, and to be with pioneers like Mary and Grant here who are at the cutting edge for years of study, and still nobody knows what's going on. I mean, talk to Linda Moulton Howe, 40 years, John Mack, Whitley Strieber. We all have a piece and we're all putting it together, but we're at the verge of some awakening. I feel we're right there. And I think the next phase is about to unfold, and the planet's about to wake up to some new realities. That's my feeling. So
Let me just quickly add to that. The words of the famous physicist David Bohm: when they figure out all the quantum physics stuff and get to the bottom of it, there's just another level below that. And everybody said, no, there's not. It just never ends. It just gets more complex. So play with what you've got, because you're never going to get the final answer. That's where I was saying in my lecture, when you come down to it, you can never actually see reality. You're always looking at something between reality, and the reality is not for us to see. So it gets more and more complex as we go along. And you can see that in the UFO field in terms of the UFO phenomena getting more complex. Like, for example, 1897 or whenever it was when the UFO crashed in Texas,
Aurora, Texas.
In Texas,
yeah.
You have to remember that this thing was flying at 8 to 10 miles an hour, and they were saying that they were from Mars. Now, were they from Mars? And that doesn't make any sense when you start looking at that, and you see how the phenomena itself is getting more and more complex all the time. We don't have ground traces anymore. We really don't have cattle mutilations anymore. We have light language people. We didn't have that when I started. You see the phenomena is getting more complex. It's almost like this game, and everybody's playing it, and it's getting more complex. And we're in the excitement part of it. But I would just quote you, David Bohm: when you get to the bottom of it, there's just another level below that.
Thank you, Grant. That is what's so exciting. Just as you get closer to the goalpost, they move the goalpost. So,
that's right.
but that's what makes it so interesting. Linda Moulton Howe says we're in a hall of mirrors on a quicksand moving floor, because, all these pieces come to us. So, but yeah, I'm really excited.
One last thing I'd add, because we talk about this thing that we don't get support, is the idea that people will say that you're in a cocktail party or something, and you hear the people talking, and then you suddenly realize they think I'm crazy, and you hear them talking about people who aren't in the room and what their kids are doing, and how many kids are in jail, and so you can tell the story and whatever. And you got to realize that the vast majority of the world lives lives of quiet desperation. They have no clue. If you were to take the top 100, you go around and poll the people, the top 100 issues in their life, UFOs would never be on the top 100. They just don't care about it. They're in a different world. So we have to take what we've got and run with it, and realize we're in the Super Bowl of all stories. This is the greatest story of all times, because it gives us a glimpse of what life is about, why we're actually here, which most people never spend 10 minutes thinking about.
That's right. Thank you. And the mystery. Did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, and the mystery. It's unfolding a mystery, and it's like those Chinese styles. You take one out and you get another thing. So, Neil, this has been a great 10 hours of investigation.
30 hours altogether, huh?
3 days, 36 hours
Something
nonstop.
Like yeah.
Completely worth it, by the way. Completely exciting.
Oh yeah, it was.
Cutting edge.
Yes, a new reality. We are unfolding new times, and everyone here, I just thank for their presence and their open mind. So you want to finish it out with one of your creations?
I'm going to close it out. So everybody who's in the room, stick around just for a few moments. We're going to close off officially in a minute here. And I just want to remind everybody, it's the 14th anniversary of Portal to Ascension, started in April 2008. So it's been a pretty amazing ride, and just realize where we're at now and all the amazing people that have really been on the platform. I'm just so grateful to just be able to do this work full time. I texted Joan just like a few hours ago, and I was like, I'm so happy I do this for a living. Like, I'm just so grateful that I get the opportunity to live this life and be around all of you. And my soul has been filled from these 3 days, and it continues to be filled every single day with the interactions that we have and all the work that we do. And we're just peeling back layers, and just like Flo said, let's just have fun doing it, because it's so interesting. One thing's for sure, I think a lot of people here, we're just extremely curious, and our curiosity is just exponential at this point. So I'm just going to share. Go
I
ahead,
just
Alan.
want to say the chat is really going wild. Thanks for unconditional love. There's just so much gratitude here in the chat. Blessings. Anyway, we'll get a chance to read it. There's just
One of the comments said, "We've all ascended. Now let's go to bed."
That's practical. That's practical, and it's true. These bodies of ours need to rest.
All right, so I'm just going to briefly tell you about a couple of events because I want you guys to stick around so we can end this with some poetry. First of all, tomorrow, Joan of Angels is doing the integration workshop for this event here, and I'm just going to show you really, really quick if I can get to it. Okay, here we go. All right, so portaltoascension.org, online events, Joan of Angels right here, integration workshop tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Pacific. Had a lot of awareness today. If you want to come join us, how to use your intuitive gifts you were born with. It's going to be, helping integrate all the energy, but also tools and techniques in order to basically tap into your intuitive gifts. Also, William Henry is doing its 2-day retreat online, which is going to come up this month as well. We have the Paranormal Magic and Ancient Folklore Conference coming up in May. We have the Kundalini online conference also coming up in May. And I'm just going really fast because I want to show you just a couple more. The next free event, everybody, the next free event is something that's been in the back of my mind for a couple of years now, is Heal the Divide online conference, Heal the Divide online conference. And that one is pretty much self-explanatory. And almost everybody on this panel, on this event, are new to Portal to Ascension. So I've taken a whole year of research, interviews, contacting people, 20 hours of Instagram messages to figure out how to get the right people for this event. And so it's going to be so incredibly amazing. All individuals that really focus their lives on bringing together people and healing the division that's happened in the world, right? And then I'm doing my Creation Stories of Humanity in June as well. And then I'm going to leave it at this last one, the Indus Valley and Ancient India online conference. This event has been in my mind for around 12 years. It's been on my list for 12 years. I've been waiting for the moment to do it because I was waiting to do the Ancient Civilization series. But I've always wondered, how did Neil, a guy from Punjab, parents from Punjab, India, North India, get born in England, end up in California? I've always wondered that. That's kind of why I even started doing this stuff. And so I decided to put a 2-day event on it so I could figure it out. And so we're going to go through migration routes here in this Valley civilization, astronomical alignments that prove the dating for the Mahabharata, the Ramayana. Michael Cremo is going to be connecting ancient Greece to India migration routes. It's really going to be next level information there. So again, everybody check it out. portaltoascension.org. I'm just showing you a few. There's another 50 events on the website. So do check it out there. In regards to this event here, everybody does get unlimited replay access. It's available immediately on New Reality's YouTube channel. And I'm going to have it on my YouTube channel when YouTube allows me to do things on it again within like 4 days. Okay. All right. So, Alan, the last comment before I do poetry.
Yeah, no, I just have an event coming up, which I want to invite Mary and Grant to, which is a contact series, a Making Contact series, special series, and I'll talk to them about it. But we're going to do deep dive from disclosure with government insiders, hoping to get Lou Elizondo and some other people there, to the philosophy behind it, like what Grant is saying and J.J. Hurtak, and then have a discussion with Whitley Strieber and Linder Moulton Howe. We're going to go deeper then into the star seeds, and there's been some star seed, what I call the star seed rebellion happening. So look for that at Making Contact series. Let me see if I don't have the poster here because I didn't know we were going to promote that. But anyway, it's coming up. They'll be on some other shows.
Yeah, and I'll send an email out to everybody in here because I'm going to be sponsoring it. So everybody will get an email. Go ahead, Grant.
But
yeah, while everybody's plugging stuff, I want to plug a documentary I'm not involved with. I'm promoting. It's called Alien Abduction Answers. I say it is potentially the best UFO documentary ever done. It's the best one I've ever seen. It's May the 3rd. I would pay attention if you get a chance to see it.
Oh, really? Great. Thanks, Grant. I know the guy, John Yost, who did that. And, this is my upcoming event there, Making Contact, and you'll promote that. But anyway, it's going to be a great series. And thank you, Neil, for everything. This guy is the hardest working man in the phenomena business. So,
Phenomena business. I like that. Thank you.
and he's a
Weird
poet,
business.
and he's a great poet. It is an industry, actually, but yeah. So
Yes,
Neil,
yes. All right.
close us out.
So I'm gonna do two poems here. All right. So this one, I figured this is actually the perfect poem for what we've been discussing, and it's called "Duality Becoming Singularity." And then I'm gonna do one just like raw, real quick to the screen here, and then that will be it, everybody. So I love you all so much. Thank you. Duality becomes singularity. It's okay if sometimes you see darkness. Just remember it teaches us what light is and how much we miss it. When the absence of presence, internal resting place for all aquatic bodies, I am every and nobody. I know everything and nothing at all. I am hate and I am love, fear and trust, pain and bliss, love and lust, sex and a kiss. I am what has been seen, what will always be, and what will never become, the slumber of delirium. I am the illusion of reality where we think we are in. I am the confusion of duality of war where no one truly wins. I am the pollution of intellect and youth where we believe all we do is sin. I am the fusion of like-minded souls who together will transcend. I am spirituality and organized religion. I am perception of consciousness manifesting in this dimension. I am the lesson, transcend fear and aggression, achieve ascension. I am the new world order. I am the world full of borders, testing my commitment to the recycled universe. I am loyal and I have betrayed. Lied, killed, pillaged, loved, and tortured, hated, lusted, trusted, incarnated, and nurtured, all experiences in this universe is. You and I, we are all of this. I am the perfect circle, split by the white light and twisted into the form of the infinite. You see, I am all that is. I am all that is.
Bravo.
In this world of calamity. So are we
Right.
one yet? Go
And
ahead,
you're-
brother.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I'm just going to say you're coming out with a music album that will be connected to all this beautiful poetry.
Yes. So I have an album coming out in May. It's composed with classical music in the background with my first album, which is called Planet Earth. And I'm going to do one last one here. Okay, let's do it. So are we one yet? Going back to source. No remorse when reinforce the course that we all endorse. Unconditional love. It's the highest vibration. It's a gift from above. Desolation of separation. We must be the ones to say this is enough. You see the third dimension? It was meant to be tough. There is no captivity, so unlock the cuffs. Move away from hate and lust. Our thoughts begin to shift the earth's crust into a straight axis. Just like in Atlantis. Stop causing damage and learn to manage self-realization. When people start to vanish, when we change our intentions and join the like-minded souls in the fifth dimension. This is the beginning of our oversoul mission. What is it that you envision? The future incarnations, the Christ consciousness has arisen. Tear the perception of being in this prison, this industrial system. Slumber of opposites. Duality, where we got lost and forgot how to achieve liberation. The curiosity won't last for long at all. As we move to the aquatic age, break free from the third dimensional cage of limitations, Freemason being misplaced in this illusionary reality. Governing authorities, there will be no more war. Co-create a love ambassador, open the doors. Life isn't supposed to be a chore. No getting on your knees, worshiping entities from the floor. The message is simple, man, we don't need to know anymore. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones that we've been waiting for. We are the ones. And it's time for humanity to wake up. Love you all.
Wow.
Great. Wow. That's a great way to end it. Thank you. Everyone online, everyone in the chat, everyone attending. It's all built. It's building an energy field. That I think we're actually building a portal to ascension. Funny you should call it.
It's a ship, guys. It is a ship. And we are accelerating.
All right. We spent the last 3 days exploring the cosmos. We're landing back down on Earth now. It's nighttime here on planet Earth. So
Remove the
everybody have a beautiful
cords.
rest of your day.
Bring your
Thank you,
energy
Alan. Thank you,
I
back.
tell
everybody.
people to go
Flo,
back to their
Mary,
own
Grant,
universe. It's
Rob,
time for y'all to go back to your own universe. That's
Geraldine.
all.
Whatever
Yep.
universe that is, or a new universe. Yeah. Well, okay, let's do it again, Neil.
Sounds good. See you guys in a few
Thank you,
weeks.
Mary.
Yeah.
Thank you, Grant, Igor.
Bye, everybody. Thank you to everybody attending. Love you all. Okay.